Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How is the loot dropping today? I have been a busy bee. So last time we applied all of our ascended affixes and we didn't do particularly great. We got several that modify skills we can't use, such as, where is it? Well, we have race skeletons, we have some avalanche chance to use, just not great stuff. Feral claws. But I kinda ran out of materials. So today I did a bit of farming on a different character and I got some more. It's should be good enough for this character, but we will be very short for the next one. So I'm hoping to farm up some this session. But first, let's try to fix what we have. I also applied some of our illusions, not that we get to see any of them, because, well, Wereraven. Another thing that I did was to recraft Aurora. That is a rather annoying thing to do, because you need Kilrian's Shattered Soul. So I had to farm that. Thankfully, I got it on the first try, and the Aurora that I crafted got a decent completion bonus on the first try. The previous one that we had was giving us Vitality Resistance. Our Vitality Resistance doesn't need the help. And to boot, we also got a... where is it? Ascended bonus for more Vitality Resistance. So, like, we're more than good on that front. I also said that I was gonna look into what we can do with our resistance setup, because we got this, where is it? This Pierce Resistance Ascended bonus on our medal. Unfortunately, we can't really do much. The only thing that I was able to change was, instead of King's Guard powder on these boots, I put on Venom Guard powder, giving us more poison resistance. We could afford to lose the piercing. And now our poison is 30 overcapped, which is generally where you want to be on that resistance. Exclusively because of Xantarin, who debuffs your poison and your vitality by 30%. Other than that, I don't think you need the overcap for anything else. I also did a bit of running the Scorf encounter in Fangs. Managed to get both of those helmets. Now, this one is the one that drops more frequently. It gives us Vitality Hellhound, Vitality Briarthorn with total damage modifiers. For some reason, Vitality bonuses to Field Command, but I don't think many people will use that. So this is like an interesting item, because it essentially tries to compete with Beast Caller. I'm not sure it does it very well, though, because... I mean, yeah, sure, you're getting 30% TDM on both skills, but Beast Caller just gives you one extra summon of each type, right? That's a 100% TDM. So I'm not sure this will see much use. Maybe something creative can come of that. I don't know, maybe there are some slots that Beast Caller takes up that you could combine with this and make something creative. The other thing, the one that's way more rare, is this one. Thankfully, it's this one that's more rare and not that, because I'm not sure this is particularly amazing. Sure, melee dual-wielding enabler or range dual-wielding enabler on a helmet can be nice if you don't have a better option. And you have 120% all damage, so like it's damage type agnostic, but... do you really not have anything better to do with your helm slot? I'm not sure. It looks creepy as hell, though, because we are a female character with... that looks wrong. Let's get it away from me. So this goes in the stash. I'm gonna reroll the... I guess I put this into super secret stuff. We're going to reroll the ascended affixes, and then... during my farming on the other character, I was running a fully stacked... Ascension altar, stacked for Soul Fragment and Soul Echo drop rate. And I was playing on my Beast Caller Conjurer, which is just a safe bet to win every time. And I have to say, when the altar is fully stacked, even she isn't like blitzing through everything. I had to fight the Dread during that farming session twice, and it took a while. And that made me think, maybe this character isn't as weak as I thought, because last time we fought the Dread with a fully stacked up Ascension Altar, and it didn't take much longer for us to kill it than it did on the Beast Caller, so maybe we're not as weak as I think. And so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna finish up these Ascended affixes, and then I'm gonna just play normal Ascendant for a while to get a feel for what our baseline power actually is. Now I'm gonna make use of this time by finishing up Ashes of Malmeth, because we still have basically half of the expansion to go. I'm only gonna basically blitz through it, like complete quest, but not gonna do much exploration, because I mainly just want the skill points that's at the end. I also should do the Hidden Path quest in the base game, which I skipped until now. And then once we have all of our skill points, because I've already gone to the Shadow Realm to 26, then we will be fully set up, we will have everything that we can get, and then I'm gonna crank up the difficulty on the Ascension Altar, and we are going to do the challenge dungeons, because I haven't touched those in the base game and in the expansions either. And hopefully, by doing that, we can refarm some of those Soul Fragments that I spent on this character, because that is what I did to earn these new ones. On the Beast Caller, I just fully stacked up my altar for Soul Fragment and Soul Echo drop rate, and ran all of the challenge dungeons, and that basically got me 23 of these 24 Soul Fragments. So I think we could refarm some of that this session, depending on how quickly we progress. So, the stuff that I need to reroll. Firstly, this. Feral Claws is just a no-no for us. Ah, wrong window. So, it's costing us 2, so like, I'm not gonna be rerolling for perfect stuff, like these pants got 15% all damage. That's basically a nothing bonus, but at least it does something. I just don't want Ascended affixes that do literally nothing for us. So hopefully we get it quite quickly. Blood Fangs, we can't use that. Hematox, Pact, chance on critical attack to refresh duration of Battle Surge. Why not? This will have removed my Solar's Flame, which will have also unspected from my Devotion tree. Where is it? There it is. Okay, next up.
Need something broken down?
This ring got the Vitality, that's fine. Skeletons, we don't want skeletons. All damage, offensive ability, sure, whatever. Avalanche, we cannot use that. All damage, offensive ability again. We have Cold Snap here, that's fine. Crit damage OA. Hematox Pact. Avoidance. So is that all? No, this one. This would theoretically be a useful bonus, just total resistance reduction, but that would mean we have to invest in Ill Omen. And baseline Ill Omen has shorter duration than it has recharge. So what we would have to do then is invest more points into it. I'm not that desperate for resistance reduction, and also our skill bar is already way too full. So I don't really even feel like slotting it into my rotation. So that we are going to reroll here. It's already costing 2. Defensive ability. Okay, so everything now that we have is either good or at least does something to help us. Passive ability. Yep. Obviously the Cold Snap bonuses are the best thing we got, because we have an 80% total damage modifier for that. But we're not gonna break the bank for trying to get these on all of our slots. That would be stupid. Okay, so that's set up, which ends everything that we need to do in Kernhold for now until we start messing with the altar. So, I'm gonna go back to... Well, firstly, let's do the easiest thing. I'm gonna do the Hidden Path. Though maybe I could... No, actually I'm not, because several of the areas, at least one of the areas for the Hidden Path, I'm gonna go back to anyway to go to the Steps of Torment. So never mind, I'm gonna go to the Ashes of Malmeth. Breeze through that. I'm not even gonna bother with the secret quest. I mean, I'm gonna open the portal for it, but Yeah, I'm gonna do that once we have all of our skill points. It's also... there's no point running that on Ascended mode. So I'm gonna then go back to Ultimate for the super boss fighting. Though I'm probably not gonna get to super bosses this session. That should be endgame testing, should be next session. On this one, I'm just gonna go through a super cranked up challenge dungeons and see where we stand. Actually, shouldn't be even fighting these, although I do want to get a measure of my damage. When we have our Bone Chilling Cry applied, damage definitely feels immensely better, which is kind of annoying because Bone Chilling Cry has a shorter range than our attacks and has a 6-second cooldown. So whenever we move forward, we often just don't have our resistance reduction available. Ah, Soul Echo. Nice. I found that in the challenge dungeon runs that I've done, fighting Nemesis is very profitable in terms of Soul Echo farming and Soul Fragment. Like, Nemesis tend to drop one Soul Fragment very often. So that gives some credence to, like, maybe increasing the Nemesis spawn rate, but it's only 15%. That feels like so little. Okay, so I'm just gonna run through to the north. I could pick up another Storm Heart, but I think I have plenty of those. Oh, there is a shrine here. I don't think those can drop echoes, but maybe it will spawn some heroes. Actually, it will almost certainly spawn some heroes. And those can drop them. Ah, nothing. Open this, please. Thank you. Okay, up we go. Where is the urn? I also found that Lagoth's Arc can drop the Harbinger's Void Blade that I was farming. It's obviously not going to be useful for, like, early game farming to set up your character for leveling, but late game, if you're starved for them, maybe he has a better drop rate than the others. Ah, there is our Stormheart. It's like finding a reliable spot where you even get the Harbingers is a problem, and then the drop rate is bad, but Lagoth's Arc is always there, and he has better chances to drop stuff like this. Usually, heroes do. Or bosses, I should say. Come on, let me through. Am I going the right way? It's too dark. Okay, there we go. We are Nemesis here, so maybe we can. Although I actually don't want to, because the first fight that we had with Benjar was really bad in terms of speed. He wasn't dangerous, but our kill time was miserable. I'm hitting all of the walls. Where is the path forward? I can't see anything. Oh, it's here. Okay, here's our non-fight. Every time he spawns, he starts playing music, he dies. And this time is no different. I don't need to save these, I already have ones. And space is running out rapidly. This time there's no point slapping around poor Algrim.
Is that you, Mother?
Snap out of it. You're in trouble, you're in the void. I'm here to help you. There we go.
Yes, I think I remember now.
Ah, That's all of our devotions maxed out.
Feels to mount. I see.
Hoping once we do the challenge dungeon for Forgotten Gods, maybe I'll get lucky and get some of those celestial essences. Because they've only been going down and now I only have 10. Guess I overspent on the previous character crafting stuff. Although, do you even use it for crafting? I know you can use it for transforming celestial essences into other materials, but I can't remember if it's used in the Celestial Smiths for crafting. I might have spent some in Forgotten Gods. Hopefully that's not going to be something I'm going to need to do anymore, because I believe I have basically all of the blueprints now. Maybe missing a small handful. I think all of the sets, and Ice King was the last one I found. Of course. Okay. Out we go.
It's good. You're right. Oh, to the
Nemesis, Blood of Chthon. Alright, fingers crossed that it doesn't crash. I never trust this area. Well, not this specifically, but Mornvale used to be unstable. Over and down. I believe I can go into the void early and pick up the note for Dela. So I should look for the Rift Gate now. Speaking of Dela, I still haven't completed the steps required for the base game secret quest. That is also something I should complete. Not that that fight is gonna prove anything about our character's viability or test our strength. It's basically a gimmick fight mostly. A gimmick fight that we might be actually pretty bad at, because in that fight you generally just want to focus one target and leave the others be, so that you can maintain your sustain. But this character is all AoE all day, so might be a bit problematic. Now, if only I remembered where all of the cultist camps are. If I can find the portal. It's not here. There's a totem. I'm gonna cleanse that. Yeah, this... when it's just normal ascended mode, the damage doesn't feel too bad. Ah, me and my big mouth now. Now I might change my tune. Who is it? Oh, it's Grava. That's fine. They hit the wall. I mean, it's not the fastest skill, but it works, and that's a Soul Fragment. Excellent. Mage Slayer. Nothing here that I want. Another Harbinger's Voidblade. Devour Ring. Nope, nothing here. Did I miss a camp back here? That's not a camp. Nope, looks like I didn't. I'll get used to these layouts eventually. I'm used to just exploring everything 100%, and that's... So you would think I would remember where everything is because I explore everything 100%, but no. Because I don't need to remember it, because I will come across it eventually, I just roam around. And now I'm clueless. It's not here either. Huh. Okay, where else? Ah, there it is. Okay. Here we go. We do not have a quest marker for this, but it could be easy to find. And these Chthonians really make me wish I had a sanctified bone somewhere on my build. It's only an 8% damage increase, but would be a bit more comfy. There's exit, because I don't need to go to the second level. Really? And there he is, okay. Kill his servants first. So they stop healing him. There's his offering. And out we go. That was quick. Get me through. Okay, now we need to make it to Malmuth. I should try to be a little bit careful so that I don't kill Flamand Bleu, or whatever the pronunciation is. Literally, pardon my French. Because last time I had to fish for him, what, 3 times? Because I accidentally touched him once and he died to my Frostburn. Every time the game a little bit stutters or freezes in this area, I get nervous that it's gonna die. What is going on? Why is my game freezing? Oh shit, I have these little skeletons. That's gonna be a problem if I do find Flamand. Oh, I stopped drinking my energy potion. I also changed my energy potion from the... I think I had it on maximized boost to the secondary effects. Now I reduce the cooldown instead, because it's more effective. I was hoping the maximized modifiers would be enough to sustain my energy, so I don't actually have to drink it as often. But no, I actually do need the 7-second potion to sustain this. It's a nice thing this is even an option, otherwise this build would be basically unplayable if you couldn't boost your potions. I would have to rebuild the entire devotion tree, maybe slot in an offhand to improve the regen. Well, while I'm here, I might as well kill Ternox, because I do have plans for his offhand soon-ish. Possibly, I'm not yet entirely decided if I'm gonna be playing an Evoker with Devastation yet, or something else. And that is the wrong tome. Never mind. Adela's lore node is here. I'm gonna activate the Rift Gate, bring everything back to Dela, and look for the Flambeau boy. Okay, so one of his spawn points can be up. Is it up here? Yeah, it is up here. So I should clear what's here and wait for my skellies to despawn. Okay, this is gonna aggro everything. They will probably also despawn if I just unspec my Raise Dead, right? What is my Raise Dead bound to? I think it's on Bone Harvest. Right? No, it's on Cold Snap, okay. Unskill it and put it back on. Skill is gone, skills are gone. Yeah, there he is. Alright, so now a bit of an issue. I need to clear the path forward. And ideally not use Cold Snap at all. So I don't summon more skeletons. Oh shit. It's gonna be difficult to kill without using all of my skills. I do not have what I need to restore this shrine, I just realized. I need Aether Steel Bolts. I do not have any spares. Okay, I'm gonna... You know what, I'm gonna unspec it permanently for now. Oh, it doesn't kill the skeletons, so I have to wait for them to time out. Is that all of them? That's all of them. Okay. So we need to kill what's here. What? Oh, they're fighting each other. Shit, they can kill Flamont. Hopefully he didn't follow this far. I'm not seeing him. Which means either he didn't follow or he's already dead. Which is it? I went this way. No, I didn't go this way. Oh, they're fighting up here. Yeah, Flamont is definitely dead, right? No, he's still here. Excellent. For once, I'm so happy you're lazy. Okay, come with me. Oh yeah, I went this way. Went over. Come on. There's a good boy. Down. Come here. There we go. Now I can kill everything. Put my devotion back on. While I'm here, I might as well go craft the Aether Steels.
I do the best I can with what I've got.
Steel bolts. I got a new blueprint while I was farming. What was it last time? Infernus Cord. Vitality to fire, piercing to fire. Support for Shadow Strike. Oh, fire, Shadow Strike, huh? Inferno, Ignition, Recklessness, Soul Harvest. Is that support for 5 different masteries? Inferno is Arcanist, Ignition is Inquisitor, Recklessness is... Yeah, that's 5 different masteries. Recklessness is Berserker, Soul Harvest is Necromancer, and Shadow Strike is Nightblade. And only 2 of those really support fire. Interesting. There's also Chaos support there, but might conflict with some conversions. Okay, so... I mean, I'm here, I might as well fight Lokhor, right? But I don't even have the Rift Gates. And I have to keep running around. Now Lokhor can wait. I'm gonna do him with all of the other super bosses. So, back to Dela. Is it actually better to Rift Gate? Probably not. And at the same time, I can give her the pendant. And clear that off my quest log. There she is. Okay, so...
I hope you're ready to write the next chapter of my story.
I have what you're looking for. I've been there as well. So... Oh, can I only hand it to her after I finish this conversation? Yeah, okay. So that gets me a Celestial Lotus. Unfortunately, not a Celestial Essence. So that's everything in Morndale. Actually, I should have gotten the Rift Gate first. So I can zip back and don't have to run. Eh, whatever. It's not that far. Oh, this is blocked. Oh, this is blocked as well. I have to go through the building. Damage definitely feels better, but it still doesn't feel awesome, which, I mean, I guess that's to be expected since we're working with a single resistance reduction mastery, but I was hoping the damage on Bone Harvest would make up for that.
Well, not to...
I mean, the damage on Bone Harvest is good, it's just the other skills are kind of lacking behind. Which is interesting, because my Ice Talons have 15% total damage here, just globally, and then another 6 from the set. Yeah, so like that is a lot of damage modification. Run through. Oop, almost got stuck in a rock. I realized last time when I was going through this place, I purposefully didn't fight Galakros, saying, oh, I'm gonna come back to him once I make contact with the Malmoth Resistance so I can get some reputation with them, and then I never came back. And I don't think it's gonna change this time, because as I found out, you don't really need to complete everything or farm additional enemies to get revered with the Malmoth Resistance. And I also don't really need anything from the Resistance. I'm going the wrong way. I wouldn't mind running into the Dread, so I know what to expect on a normal difficulty. We have killed it on a fully juiced Ascension Altar, but I want to know what our damage is supposed to look like when it's not crazily buffed. So I think if I do run into it, I might throw the fight on purpose. Well, not on purpose. I want to test what we can afford to do with this build. Which means I'm gonna try to tank some of its attacks and see if I can survive them. So I'm not in the future playing unnecessarily safe. Which will probably mean we die. But for the science, oh, this is not the way. This is the way. Up here. All right. So Mammoth Resistance. It's gonna be fast.
We better have a date, eh?
Blah blah blah.
I don't know what that...
Okay, talk to Algrim.
Yeah. If you're serious about the theory is...
Okay, this time I'm not gonna destroy these crates, because I could... Last time I only found one lore node here. I could have sworn there was supposed to be more. What about you? Corinia.
And you are?
I'm with the Black Legion, here to help.
The Black Legion? Where were they when the city burned? Where were they when our people were forced to flee into the sewers? Where were they when we watched our children get turned into monsters?
Is this another Lord of the Rings reference? I'm sorry, the attacks happened everywhere.
That may be true, but do not expect me to leap for joy because of empty gestures. If you are here to help, then act.
Okay, now, a point of curiosity. So on this character, I'm an absolute asshole. I'm killing everyone I can or getting the worst outcomes. If Nico Erin is gonna be nice to me, then I have no idea what's going on. Because it apparently wouldn't have anything to do with our disposition as a character. Is it, what, about how well he slept that night? Maybe he's cranky one day and find the next. Scarmakers. Unfortunately not. Very nice gloves, but I realized that the one character that I had plans to use them on cannot afford to. As good as they are. Okay. I don't mean any harm. I'm not one of those monsters. What choice do we have? Okay. Really? I have no idea then. What choice do we have? I don't know. I suppose you're right. I don't know how much longer I can hold out. Maybe a little faith in humanity is all we've got left. How do you plan to get us out of here? Don't worry about it. Okay, so a murderous psychopath of a heretical lycanthrope necromancer is just fine with him. But my goody two-shoes werewolf, that's just too much. It must be random. I see no logic. Unless he's just a really twisted guy and he likes murderous people. Okay, where are the corpse guards? There's one. The corpse guards technically aren't required. The only thing that's required is opening the gates. But I do want the reputation. Just in case something changes for this character. I don't know what would have to. Like, how bad would things have to go for me to change anything at this point? If this can't do super bosses, that's kind of expected. It's a squishy caster. Now, if it fails in Shattered Realm and Crucible, that will be a different story, but I don't think it will fail. It might be slower than I would like, or squishy, but I don't expect to be competing with the Ice King that I made previously. That one worked out way better than I ever expected. Doesn't mean it has to become the next standard, I think. Sometimes builds are allowed to just be okay. Though granted, if it's a build that is being intentionally pushed by a whole set, maybe it could be a little better, but it would also be that I just made some wrong choices. It could be that I should be using an offhand and sacrifice the 2 points in Wereraven on my weapon. Because offhand would give me better energy sustain, or cooldown reduction,
I was beginning to worry.
and resistance reduction. I have the offhand prepped in my stash if I want to give it a try at some point. That is actually a good idea. I could do that. I'm not gonna ascend it just for that, but I could give it a trial run in Shattered Realm and see if it performs better. Is that all of them? No, one more. Northern Wagon. I see a totem, but I can access it from Steelcap District once I open that path. Come on, let me walk up the stairs. Oh, I walked right past it, damn it. I can't get out this way. There we go. Alright, that's done. Back to the sewers. Oh, you're still under attack, huh?
Well, you weren't long ahead.
So now you're here. There's our lore note that we found last time. And no, there's nothing new here. So I was wrong. As per usual. Do I get anything for this? I'm sorry about what happened back there. I was scared and tired. I've done so much to protect these little kiddos. The thought of something bad happening to them just got the better of me. I understand. They aren't my kids, you know. I don't know whose kids they are. I imagine their parents were killed when the attack started. They've been with me since the first night, but neither of them has said a word about their family. Take good care of them. Also, you just get... yeah. I guess it doesn't really matter what outcome you get. It's not reputation for...
Save storage.
the Mammoth Resistance. Do I want to save another... No, I have plenty of Blaze Hearts, and these are 2 Storm Hearts. I mean, they are in short supply, you cannot find them. But I don't think I will need more than these. 3 of each, I should make another Shadow Heart at some point. This goes in the papers. This goes into my personal.
I'll keep an eye on this.
Pressing all of the wrong buttons. When I'm actually getting hit by enemies, my energy sustain is kind of good enough, because I have a lot of percent absorption from enemy attacks. Maybe I could use the less spammy potion, but then it's very dependent on what's happening on the screen.
Resistance had attempted.
There you are.
My energy could start running out.
Corinia's the steel.
Okay, I'm gonna talk to Yvonda, because I'm an asshole. I'm gonna steal her stuff this time. There we go. I'm gonna go finish the... gonna go finish the totem here. We'll see, Frederick. I'm not entirely sure it hits like a truck. It feels a bit slower than I expected. No, I don't think you can. If you steal her stuff and then come back to her, the way the quest works, like the sequencing is, you give her the note, she goes to check the stash, and then leaves you a chest of items as a reward. But if you steal her stuff, like get the lore note, although maybe... wait, can you do it in the opposite order? I never tried. What I was thinking is, if you go there, steal her stuff, give her the lore note, she's gonna go see what it is, goes there, finds out it's been robbed, she's gonna like accuse you of doing it. But I have never tried doing it the opposite way. giving her the lore note, letting her go check the stash, and then I'm gonna steal from it. Oh, you don't enter yet, you just open it. Clever you. You're more devious than I am. That doesn't take much. Okay, so we know that your way works, that makes absolute sense, that it would work like that. But I also want to try if I can... Or have you tried it, Frederick? Can you open the place, or rather, can you give her the lore note and then go back to the place and open the torch? Or does the torch get disabled once you've given the lore note to her? I never actually tried. I've always committed to one path or the other, but never tried to hit both. I'm gonna do it for the science. I absolutely believe what you're saying, that it would work that way, and that is very clever to get both rewards. I'm gonna try if this way is possible. I'm guessing not. Once you complete the quest, I'm guessing the room will disable once the note is given back. Okay. Alright, well, since I'm playing an asshole, I'm gonna get best of both worlds then. That is evil. I love it. Right, I'm going the wrong way. Send these back. There's no point going into the tomb right now. I have to go through this church. Starting to think more and more that I might not be able to finish this by Monday. Fated with Ethereal Vanguard, sure. Because I'm not sure I will be able to do all of the challenge dungeons today. So that all I have left for next time is the end game. Doesn't look too good. I can just send you. I can leave a portal, but there's a shortcut here. Wait, I don't have to go south. The supplies are up here. Is Ines here? This time? Yes, he is. See, now he's not taking much damage until the Bone Harvest hits. Although I guess he's getting shielded by these Arcanists, maybe. What did you drop? Mark of Ulzuin. There's the supplies. I should also, if I'm gonna leave a portal somewhere, I should leave it here. So I have easy access to the Black Iron Docks. Ah, come on. Get out of the way. I don't think these like non-human monsters can have gear on them. Even their monster infrequents don't get equipped on them most of the time. It's only human enemies that are outfitted. Or humanoid, like skeletons and stuff. Come on. There we go. And one little like quirk of my build is that because I'm using the Raised Death as my source of resistance reduction, I can actually have too many enemies on the screen and my skeletons could be focusing the wrong targets. Can I even command them? I can. Okay. That could be something I should try to include. Okay, off you go. It's one group. Yvonne's memory is gonna be nearby. There it is. I think there is usually a one-shot chest in here, isn't there? Yep, there it is. Also installment. Only getting Ashes of Awakening, aren't I? I have one soul echo. I'm gonna open this. Get this rift gate. Then I'm gonna go back for the survivors.
So this is what preliminary
It should be like in a building south, near the harbor. Ah, come on. Send you off. Okay, now I'm gonna run back to the rift gate, the big one. Pick up the Black Iron Dogs quest. No, that is the wrong rift gate. This one first.
good work out there. Good on you, I believe.
Okay,
Captain Wilford tells me that I was wondering if I'm talking about the...
that's the docks. I'm gonna go open the path as well to get to the Tomb of Archon Bartholem. Not Archon Bartholem, what am I talking about? Damn it, what is it called? Of Harold Mathis, not Archon Bartholem. Wait, no, the shortcut is up there. Damn it. What is the best way to get there? I would have to go around. Okay, I'm gonna finish these docks then. And then access it from here. Stop yelling each other. Oh, one note about this Scorf fight. I hate that area. Like, Scorf himself can be annoying in terms of his Dispel Totems and his Ravager-like Sunder Rays that are completely invulnerable. But the most annoying part of that entire fight is the fact that you basically have to kill everything in the camp first, and there's a lot of enemies there. Because there are so many Bloodsingers. And they will just keep healing Scorf all the time. And every time you feel like, okay, I've killed all of them, one just runs from off the screen and heals him for 90% of his health. Jesus. And for this character it's extra annoying because there's a whole bunch of trees around which will block your attacks, so you turn around to shoot those Bloodsingers before they can do anything, and you'll just hit a tree and do nothing. Literally every one of our attacks travels on the ground. That's it? I thought there was gonna be one more way. Okay, so I'm gonna go to Crown Hill, run back, rob Yvonda. Well, not quite, just open the way. Also think I have not been applying my armor potion at all. Yes, that is the Void Lost horn that I'm using. And all the other horns have their own version of it. It is a weird attack though. Because it looks like this big ass AoE. And then it says it hits a maximum of 4 targets. So like no matter how many enemies are standing in it, it will only damage 4. That seems bad. Yeah, bad would be the way I would put it. Okay, so Yvonne's thingy is in here. Right at the start. This torch. Okay, so I'm gonna open it. And then, being the meanie that I am, with useful info from Frederick, I'm gonna go talk to her and get my reward. So I'm gonna have to leave again.
Was the mission back before the city?
Okay, that's the council. Oh, come on, walk up the stairs. Talk to you. Hand it in. What did you lose? Okay, good luck. Walk away. Or rather, teleport away. Literally anywhere. Come back to her. We don't even need to talk to her. She's just gonna leave us a chest here. What is with these stairs? Walk up. Thank you. What? Not yet? How come? I have to do something else? Like maybe do some fighting? For it to kick in? I have to leave the game? No. Last time I just came back within the same session and the chest was there. If I had to leave the game, then I wouldn't be able to reopen the torch, right? Because it closes again. Now, there it is. I guess I had to just walk away from the portal. Do some fighting. Oh, Codex of Lies, that is the other thing I was considering for this character as an offhand. Yeah, so... if I feel like my damage is lacking, I could do... I will keep the Baroness Void Lost Horn because of the damage absorption and the 80% TDM for Cold Snap. And I can swap in either Fiend's Resolve or Codex of Lies, though I would have to respec my spirit. And that would be a problem. That is a lot of spirits. That will cost me a bunch of DA and health. But my DA is now pretty decent now that I recrafted Aurora. Yeah, and the reason I want these, well, firstly, this is +1 to Necromancer and +3 to Blood Frenzy, which is nice, but primarily 12% Chaos Resistance proc on it at the bottom. And it has casting speed and cooldown reduction. Or alternatively, Fiend's Resolve, Bone Chilling Cry, which means more resistance reduction, and it has an additional 12% on Bone Chilling Cry, reduced cooldown on Mark of Torment, again casting speed. We actually low-rolled the previous one, didn't we, on casting speed? 14 out of maximum of 16. And yeah, and it has a proc on it, which has a 100% uptime. That is actually very nice. Which gives us 8% physical resistance. That is something I didn't consider. That it could boost up my survivability by the Phys Res. So that probably means that this is a better option than Codex of Lies. Because of that. And it also gives us a bunch of additional chaos damage and heals us every 6 seconds. So like that's probably the better option. The only reason that I want to keep the Void Blade, the conversion doesn't matter, the 4% health is nice, but not necessary. The Aetherez we could lose on the dagger. The Ice Talent's bonus is nice as well, but not necessary. But the +2 to Wereraven is what allows us to cap this, and that is 2 of our damaging skills. So I'm not sure that would be worth it, but I can try. If this feels iffy. Or even if it doesn't feel iffy and I just want to try it. Or a spin if it feels better. Okay, now I can go back to Yvonda. Or rather, the place. And the torch is turned. And the door doesn't open. Huh. Wait, am I checking the right place? No, I'm not. This is the place. Never mind. I was checking the wrong wall. Okay, so yeah, I can do both. I can get her rewards and rob her blind. That is nice. Oh, of course. What character would be complete without having their pet Aethersteel Arbiter? I think I already found 2 on this character as well. So basically, if you rob her, you get more chests, but it seems like the chests are of a lower quality than the one that she gives you up top. Okay, so that's everything. I'm gonna go talk to her again just to see if the dialogue changes. Probably not. She left me the chest, that's probably gonna take precedence. Yeah, she left me the chest full of things. Yeah, okay. So she is grateful even though I just robbed her, but she doesn't know yet. So, we need to kill the council, which is south of here. Oh, also, one thing that I forgot to mention, I did look into the way that the Wereraven transformation works, because when I put the build together, I noticed that once I have Bone Harvest, if I am not transformed, I'm only using my main hand weapon for Bone Harvest damage. Like the weapon damage aspect of it. But if I'm in Wereraven form, it's showing both of my weapons. So I was like, wait, am I hitting with both weapons because I'm transformed? No. The way it works is it will use your main hand weapon like 70% of the time and your offhand weapon 30% of the time, but not both. So you're not really benefiting. I even tested it on a dummy and my damage basically only increased by the percentage I gain from being in Wereraven form on Form of the Beast, the total damage modifier. So yeah, it checks out. It's not as broken as I thought, but the tooltip sure as hell could be clearer on how it works. Or simply, you know, not alternate your weapons and use the main one. I'm also not clear on how like Werewolf handles your damage. Because Werewolf uses your weapon damage for normal attacks. If you're dual wielding, and if you're using a two-handed weapon like I was on Ice King, how does that work? Does it add up your weapon damages? Then if you're using weapon and shield, it will be terrible. I'm not clear on that. There is some info on it already, but I didn't read everything that was in that thread. I was just looking for the Wereraven and Bone Harvest mechanics. Okay, there's the council. Soul Echo. Ah, at least something. What is the duration on this curse again? 8 seconds. It's actually not as short as I think. I think I'm over spamming it. and reducing my damage by just pressing the button unnecessarily. Oh, those are some chests. It could be void marked. Yes, they are. So I reread the patch notes. Regarding the changes for reflective. And yeah, not only did they reduce the damage that reflective deal on higher difficulties, but specifically the reflective guy that pops out from these void marked chests has a cooldown on his initial use of the reflect. The others don't, but he does, because yeah, every time you would open one of these, it would churn out him very often, and then you would start killing yourself immediately. Okay, everybody line up. My AoE isn't great to the sides, but in the frontal direction. Ah, the dread. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna tank it. So I might die. But I'm doing this for science. Okay, I don't want to tank that. That was stupid. Yeah, I got myself sundered. I dodged in the opposite direction that I should have. Well, that was a throwaway attempt. Well, health isn't everything. I have way worse armor on this character and way worse physical resistance than I had on the previous one. I have more absorption and more damage reduction than I had on the Ice King, but yeah, that was stupid, the Sunder. Hopefully I get another chance, because that was a waste. It's also interesting that I got Sundered, sure, but then the thing that killed me was just a normal basic attack. Maybe I got crit, but I don't think I can. Actually, I should have checked what the chance to hit was before I moused over a different enemy. Literally, only reason I'm going up here is because of these chests. I want my ashes, if nothing else. Yeah, I have damage reduction on my Bone Chilling Cry because of Mark of Blood's Deceit, my medal. One of the only two items that gives damage reduction for Bone Chilling Cry. The other one being Lucius's Wraith Arm. Let's start picking some of these items up. I only have 2 million, and I spent a lot rerolling affixes and recrafting Aurora. Probably make up for that. Okay, one more vent. Under here. Oh, that's blocked. This way. Ah, that is a Tempest Totem. We open a rift, and let's see what we can do here. Hello. No, I'm not using any macros. My game is completely unmodded or anything like that. Nothing running in the background. Literally the only out-of-game thing that I'm using ever is GD stash if I need to like put in my stash a legendary for a build that I have found in the past and just didn't keep because I don't have enough space. So I'm basically using it as a stash expansion. Grimbock, Arcane Weaver, Manticore, Waste Guard, Woolly Void Guard, Blaze Emitter, Spark Thrower, Stormblast Spear, Lightning Savagery. Lightning is kinda Melee druid. That could be fun. Oh yeah, no, never mind. I already looked at this last time. The Mirror of Erioctes part is actually the most interesting to me. The increased duration. I'm sure there must be a way to abuse it. Let me up. The Crimson Moon set. That doesn't sound familiar. Which one is that again? I know of the Bloodlust set, the Bloodmane or stuff like that, but Crimson Moon doesn't ring a bell. I'm also once again not at all sure that I had my armor potion up when I was fighting the Dread. I would have to check the footage. What's my reputation looking like with these? Ethereal Vanguard? Oh, still plenty away. Werewolf, Drain Essence, and Bloody Box. Huh. Why does that not ring a bell at all? Oh, it didn't go into the loot pool. I see. Weird. I guess they weren't quite finished with it, and there's gonna be adding it for the first challenge dungeon. Add-ons reach. Okay, am I gonna be intelligent enough not to open a portal after this point? Hopefully, yes. I'm gonna open a rift here, and I need to remember not to open another. Oh, I just realized I didn't complete the quest for... I didn't complete the quest for the lore nodes for Kasparov. So the crystal that should be here isn't... Well, I'll come back here. I could do Hargate's Isle as well when I come back for Alostria. But does Hargate Isle have a good exit point?
Arrogant human. To think that you domain my kingdom and topple my greatest creation.
Yeah, I think it has an exit that takes you back to the surface, so I would have to take the boat back if you can. So I wouldn't have to open another rift. I wanted to clear that quest off anyway before I do. Come on. Off you go. Burn it down. Storm Titan treads, do not care. Okay, I need to find the two bony boys. That's not you. Well, only one of them is a bony boy. One is a bone monger and another is a flesh monger, I think. Also need to kill Hag... Is his name Hagarond? If I remember correctly. There's our flesh... Oh, Flesh Collector. And Bone Monger. Okay, you... I take no chances with Ethereals. We get absolutely nothing for doing this. Other than, you know, some materials. But then again, we get nothing for rescue him either, because in this game he doesn't have any continuation to his story. It would make sense that he would be like a longer term thing. If he's supposed to go back to the ethereal plane and inform the others, it will take some time for any changes to happen. So that's more like a GD2 thing. Okay, let's kill you. Do not open a rift. Do not open a rift. Reflex immediately kicking in when I'm nearing a boss fight. Actually, I'm gonna make use of my distance. I'm not gonna face tank you. Well, one Aldrich's daughter is still a child, right? So you don't get much conclusion for her yet. We have some info on the fact that she's probably very powerful, given that she slaughtered everything on that boat that tried to attack her as a young child. But yeah, has more future. I wouldn't expect a conclusion here. Hell, if it wasn't that you could choose your character yourself, I wouldn't be surprised if she was one of the player characters in the next game. Okay, I do not like this attack. And I like this one even less. Fiend Flash, Tainted Ruby of Gardal. Yeah, that's Chaos Judgment. Still don't know what you're supposed to do with Chaos Judgment. I mean, the Infernal Knight kind of tries to push you towards it, but doesn't do it very well. And also, Infernal Knight then also adds a whole bunch of burn damage through Blackwater Cocktail. And if you're gonna be focusing on Chaos, then all that burn damage is going wasted. So, that's that. I need to go back to the Coven. Oh shit, I do not get a good exit here. So I would have to run all the way back. Okay, well then I can run on foot from here, I suppose. To the Fleshworks again. So I'm gonna go to Steelcap District.
Have the councilman? Good. With
Infernal Knight doesn't actually convert. That is the thing. You need to find a way to convert your Blackwater Cocktail from Chaos to Fire yourself. But it adds too much burn damage for it to then not use it, right? And actually same thing goes for Judgment. Judgment has a lot of internal trauma damage on it, which you can turn into fire and therefore burn. But if you go into Chaos, then you're leaving all of that internal trauma damage behind. And it just seems ungreat.
Tell me. So we can't afford to under...
Cinderblade Girdle. Now, because Anasteria is dead, I don't know whose fault that is. I wasn't there. We cannot really oust Corinia as an ethereal. So that's one difference. So back to Coven's Refuge. Pick up the quest for the other you. Because that is basically why we're even doing the rest of this expansion. And I'm gonna do Hargate's Isle, I guess. Oh, also I should speak to Rivia in Steel Cap. Mutagenic Ichor and some reputation we don't need. Okay, so Hargate's Isle, here we go. And I need to remember not to port out of there, but walk out of there. Is my inventory kind of filling up? It's not even remotely. Because I'm not picking anything up. Makes sense. I mean, Frederick, I understand the confusion because Blightlord's amulet is what you would normally now use to convert Blackwater Cocktail. Actually, maybe not these days, because Mythical Tome of Atonement is still the best offhand anyway, and that gives you the conversion. I'm surprised with a name like Blightlord that Blightlord doesn't give you Vitality, Blackwater Cocktail. I think it used to, right? And then they moved it over to Venom Fire and left the Blightlord be just pure fire. Doesn't seem very blighty to me, but what do I know? It's the same logic with Mythical Scion of Burning Vengeance that is turning everything into lightning for some reason. Not very burning, that vengeance, is it? This is gonna be such a different fight from what it was with the werewolf when I came here at level 50 or something and everything was like 75. Nemesis. I'm actually hoping for the Dread again, because I botched that previous fight. This is not a good place to fight this. There's very little room. Ow. Ironically, the last phase is the easiest for this character because I have so much AoE. There you go. Still definitely feels slower than the Mystic. Not necessarily on Kubacabra maybe, but in general. Which is weird because I have way better AoE. Oh, hello. Oh, hi, Mark. There we go. And this is actual damage. Not what the werewolf was doing. And I can stand in this and I don't care. Very different fight. Okay, do not rift out. Do not rift out. Target's formula. What is going on? Starseer's Scored, I already have that. For Awakening. I did during my farming session find the belt for the next character that I need, but I'm still missing the gloves and one gun. I already found the gun, but I sold it before I put the builds together on Grim Tools. So I'll probably just GD stash it when the time comes. Okay, just walking back like a good boy. I guess girl.
Do you have something for me?
No, I am keeping it.
What? No, no, you can't do this. Think about what you're doing. I only wish to use those notes in order to treat ethereal victims. I swear it.
This knowledge cannot end up in the wrong hands.
You're being a fool. A selfish fool. Think of all the good we can do with that knowledge.
Like you would be able to do anything with it. You incompetent jerk. Okay, so now that we've kept this, we can go back to the Fleshworks. I think Chaos Heroine should convert Frostburn into Vitality Decay. Nah. There's no point. Because you have no support for it, right? I am not taking Spectral Wrath to reduce enemy Vitality resistance. Berserker doesn't have any. On the Devotion tree, only Vitality resistance reduction would be up here, which you're not taking, because you're taking Eldritch Fire for the Chaos. You do have some percent support, and this like global resistance reduction would work, but it basically wouldn't do anything anyway. So that would be wasted slots. I wouldn't. If anything, I would consider just playing this on Vitality instead. You can take the Decree of Malmuth. It's either Decree of Malmuth or Decree of Aldrich, one of the two. That lets you convert Wereraven into Vitality, and then instead you wouldn't be using the Voidlost Horn, you wouldn't be using the Blade. You would just pick some Vitality offhand that you can find. There is a conduit for Vitality resistance reduction on Bone Chilling Cry, so you would use that to help you, because otherwise you're playing Vitality on a single resistance reduction that usually doesn't go well. That's what I would do, if anything. But I already theory crafted the Vitality version of this, and at least my initial doodle of what I did looked considerably worse than this. Just defensively, like the health, the resistances, it was all. And then you're working with a more resisted damage type. I think Chaos is the way to go, probably. I do want your ring for the next character, but I'm not expecting you to drop the right one for me. And it doesn't actually even matter what's on the ring. That is my skill point. Picked it up and then I didn't check which it was. Sigil. Sigil is the wrong one. Or is it? Hang on, I'm gonna actually alt-tab and check my build that I have planned. Actually, I might as well put it, show it to you guys as well, because that's gonna be definitely my next one. Runekeeper, there it is. Yeah, so I'm gonna put it in chat. This is the build that I'm planning for the next character. Oh no, I do want Sigil. Okay, so that is the right type. The affixes are of course bad, but doesn't matter. I can reroll that. I was just checking because she can drop two types of rings. She has Sigil and I think Signet. And I wanted the Sigil because it has base Aether damage on it already. That's what I meant. Okay, so that's this. Oh, I have my skill point invested here. Last thing that's left to do before we go into the challenge dungeons is do the hidden path, which should be rather quick. I'm gonna drop my shit in the stash. And also, before I do the challenge dungeons, I should, because I'm on Ascendant and I haven't yet applied anything to the Ascension Altar, I should try the Mogrogan fight, the Ascended version. I don't expect it to go well, but this is the time to do it, right? When I'm gonna have all of my skill points. This is the preparation for the next character, so put this here. When I have already all of my skill points and not yet modified the difficulty, I should try the Mogrogan fight. It's possible I will be able to do it, but it won't be pretty. Like, I won't be able to just stand there and nuke. I will have to kite a lot, I think. I don't think I have the survivability for it. The health looks decent, but like the Fizz res is way worse than last time, and even with an armor potion, the armor is middling. I mean, obviously, I'm a caster, right? I'm not gonna have great armor, but that will mean maybe I'm just not fit for super boss skilling. I also forgot to go do the other thing in here. The crystal. This crystal isn't here normally. Strange crystal formation. This strange crystal hums with unusual energies. You recall seeing a similar phenomenon described in Hargate's formula. Perhaps if you compare the notes to what you see before you, you may be able to make sense of some of the late Hargate's work. Use Hargate's formula. Drops us a Hargate's crystal, which is... Is it the exact same one that you get from Kasparov? I think so. Maybe it has a slightly different color. Either way, I'm not gonna apply it because it makes sounds when it's near you, and I don't want to listen to that. But that is just like the different outcome. I think it is... It doesn't matter. Either it's the same or it's slightly different. It's always just a crystal floating next to you. Who cares about the color? I do not like these in-game pets, cosmetics. Never been a fan. So, do the hidden path real quick. I'm not gonna go exploring everything in the East Marsh and stuff like that. I am gonna slap around the Mad Queen. Just for shits and giggles. Or maybe get slapped around, I don't know. And that's gonna be the last skill points that we're missing for a finished build. There's gonna be a shrine here. I'm not sure I can even restore. I don't remember what it requires. Is it the Riftstone maybe or something? Like that. Or Black Tallow. It is Riftstone. Okay, I have that. And not much of a fight. Not expected to be one after all. I can farm these whenever I want, they're easy. Next one is in Broken Hills. It shows you how much of that I explored, just immediately beelined it for Homestead. I do actually want to fight some of these enemies so I can give the Dread another try. But chances are I'm only gonna run into it again once I've beefed everything up. Trying the challenge dungeons, I'm sure. Oh, there's a totem. I'm gonna cleanse that. Spirit one. In here? It's full of beasts. Up in here. Lokhor's mantle. Yeah, thank you. I don't think I'll be making another Lokhor build. There's not that much variety. I do not want to be trying the demolitionist side of it. Doesn't seem fun. Unless I really feel like doing Vitality Granado just in general. And Lokhor ends up being the best support. No, that's bullshit. The only thing Lokhor does for Granado itself is the reduced cooldown. The other thing is about Bone Harvest. And I would not... Actually, if I do decide to do Vitality Granado, I would probably do it on Defiler. So, maybe. But I can't keep everything that I would need to awaken. I don't have the space. So that's you. What is Gutworm's Body Seal doing here? Gutworm is way over up here. The last thing is in Asterkarn Road. Nice dodge. Right into a wall. As a bird does. Poor things. I have a bird feeder on my balcony, and even though I took precautions so that the glass looks sufficiently opaque and non-reflective, poor little guys still keep hitting it sometimes. Every now and then a bonk comes from the kitchen. Okay, let's move in. Kill a doggo, get our attribute point. The more now that I realize there's the physical resistance on the Fiend's Resolve on the prop, the more I'm starting to think, hey, maybe I should actually take the offhand. So granted, my Bone Harvest damage would go down quite a bit, wouldn't it? If I put Bone Harvest here and I unequip this, so it's currently 68. If I swap, it's actually not that much of a difference. Thought it would be more. This has so much more flat damage on it though. It's 84 max on the weapon and then 64 max on the bonus, and this one is 88 and nothing else. Why is the damage not that great? That's weird. Not the damage on Ice Talons though. There's gonna be a difference, right? Yeah, 20k. Which, considering that I'm losing skill points on the Raven and also the modifier on the Ice Talons, maybe that's not that big of a deal. Okay, let's go kill Ravna while we're here. Not Ravna, Rashalga. Getting my insects mixed up. Okay, Red Aura is off. We can fight. And you're dead. Okay, that was easy enough. And last thing is in Burwich. If I see a Celestial Totem, I will go clear it, but otherwise, just gonna beeline it for the temple. Can be a Celestial Totem down where Gale Slice is, and another one, or can be in Burwich Cathedral. It can't be in both. It's one or the other. So, do I see it here? Where even is the entrance? It wasn't it. This is it. Oh, there it is. Celestial Totem, yep, okay. Oh, also, my devotion will have unspec'd itself again. It didn't. So when I go reroll my stuff and put it in the crafting menu, it goes away, but if I remove it, put it in my inventory, it doesn't. That's weird. I would have thought the moment it leaves my hand, it gets unspec'd. That's a lot of you. Okay. Arcanum Sigilis. Are you the one? No. That's Arcanum Frigus that I'm looking for potentially. Hello, you again. Give me Soul Fragment. Thank you very much. Did you? You didn't. Come on. That's not nice. Argol score. Yeah, nothing here. Okay, so we don't have to go check the cathedral. I'm not even gonna restore the shrine here. Go to Kaliska. There's no point. So maybe Kaliska can drop an aspect of Baranath, because it is a spawn of Baranath. I probably don't care enough about those anymore. So, where is our entrance? I already passed it. It's down south in here. Red, maybe? I'd rather fight it here than inside. But there's a lot of damaging terrain in there. It's kind of difficult to maneuver into a safe place. Mystic using Eldrun sets. Unfortunately, I don't really have an answer for you. I was thinking about that one, but because I already committed to Mystic on the Werewolf, I decided to not even doodle it up. So I don't know what the options are there. I'm also not even clear on how exactly it works. Because Eldrun makes it so that your Raven Familiar scales based off your damage and not pet damage. But what does that mean for their survivability? Do they become like full untargetable player scaled pets like Wind Devils, or do they still have a health pool and you have to fix their survivability? I have no idea. So that would also influence a lot. If you need to actually get defensive pet bonuses or not. Otherwise, like, there is the Bismiel's Mindweaver, I guess, that could possibly work. Because that doesn't convert anything the wrong way, does it? Actually not sure. It shouldn't for the Wereraven. That could be an option. Like, that's the first thing that's popping into my mind from like the items I know from the normal game. Maybe there was something added. Also, what does Eldrun use for its main attacks? It's a Wereraven, right? Maybe you could find just something for Wereraven, if there is anything. White Plume Crest, Frost Plume Crest. Are you doing this on purpose? I'm looking for the pristine one, and I get Void Plume, Frost Plume, Frost Plume. Stormblast Spear, Weldmark Spear. Yeah, we've seen these before. Also an important thing about Eldrune. You need to figure out how you're staying alive. I don't remember exactly what Eldrune does for your Wereraven side. But there might be something that gives you like healing for Wereraven. Yeah, the physical to elemental doesn't hurt you on the Wereraven, so I think that could work. And it's also elemental for you, right? It does have percent damage for you as well. And I think you want elemental damage on that. I'm a bit sketchy on the details of Eldrune because I do know that I want to build it, but I knew that's gonna be further down the line because my Mystic was already committed. Also, isn't there a weapon that gives your Wereravens like... Oh, not Wereravens, the normal Ravens cold damage? It might... No, it might be an offhand, right? It's the offhand that gives you the skeletal archers and cold Raven, so never mind, that wouldn't work for your weapon slot. I guess the Mindweaver is the only thing I can come up with. Yeah, the healing on the Ravens, I'm really happy if that works out. Because that has always been a thing that kind of falls by the wayside. If you're focusing on the Raven damage, you don't really want them to be healing you. You want them to be attacking. So that's usually been like, maybe I put one skill point into this or nothing, if you can skip it. But having to actually commit to it to sustain yourself, that could be super fun. I hope that build ends up really good, because Ice King surprised me pleasantly. I'm hoping this weird thing does the same. Yeah, you can sunder me. I have Mark of Torment. Okay, this I don't like. Get away from the crystal. Okay, that's everything we needed. So we didn't get our Dread encounter again, unfortunately. But we do know we can beat it, because I did beat it on the full Ascension table already. I just wanted to test how bad it is in like normal circumstances, if I can tank it or not. But I misplayed. Apocalypton Fire Doggo. Yeah, I'm considering whether or not that's gonna be my next, my first zealot or no. Oh, let me invest the skill points, so that finishes this. It's capped now, so we have all of our skill points. The only thing that's keeping me from like using Apocalypton as my first zealot is I already did a werewolf, so I would like to try something else. But I think I'm gonna like. I don't think, I'm certain, it's guaranteed. I'm going to run out of new stuff to try for all of my combinations. Like currently my setup seems like I will have 2 Onslaught builds already, though using different Onslaught spenders. And I will probably have 2 Winds of Asterkarn builds anyway, so I might as well have another werewolf. But if I can come up with something more interesting... Or rather, I can definitely come up with something more interesting. There's plenty of more interesting stuff already. But I want to do stuff that has the most support. Because builds that have only partial support currently are likely to receive more support as the additional challenge dungeons are added. And so I would have to either go back to those builds and update them, or it just would be wiser to wait and do the full build when it's ready. So I think I'm just gonna do stuff currently that is like either sets that are already heavily supported, or stuff that is individual pieces, but there's enough individual pieces that the build feels complete. Like, for example, the Cold Blitz Onslaught Thane that I'm considering. It only has 2 items that support like Cold Blades, but there's also other greens that make it kind of possible. Like there's a shield. Warden's Fortress has something for Berserker and for Soldier, even though it's not focused on cold, you can make it work. So I think I'm gonna do stuff like that for the initial ones. Which might mean that I end up with Apocalypton. Currently my Zealot setups that I'm considering are either Apocalypton, Cold Winds of Asterkarn with Onslaught stacks, which you will then use for Judgment with high Frostburn on it. And the third one is Chaos Vire's Might with Chaos Onslaught. And I'm not decided yet which one of those. I will probably leave Zealot for one of the last combinations. Okay, so with this done, I'm going to go test the Mogdrogen fight before we start messing with the Ascension Altar. Use Chromatorum and Expulsum on the potion. First version of Sanso Chromatis and Expulsum. Let me check. I don't even remember what they are. Sanso Chromatis and Chromatorum. Wait, Chromatorum is the one that gives you like the bonuses over time, right? Let me see. Chromatorum, base potency, but base properties are over time. Yeah, that is risky using it on your heal. I tried that initially, because like, oh, it's gonna be more healing over time, but you really want the immediate effect of your healing potion. And what was the other thing you said? Let me check the chat. Worst version of Sanso Chromatis and Expulsum. Sanso Chromatis. Yeah, I don't even think Sanso Chromatis is a good variant. Like, I'm currently using the normal Sanso. Because Sanso is just... it's immediate, right? If you're needing to drink your potion, you're in deep shit, your health is low, I don't think it's a good idea to be waiting over time, because then you can get finished off before the health comes back. I think the best option is like, if you're gonna be using Sanso Chromatis, then it's probably gonna be used with Sanso as well. So you have just like the maximum healing if you have a build that's difficult to sustain life-wise. But also, if you're doing this on the Werewolf, the Apocalypton, I don't think you are that stretched for healing, because you have built-in lifesteal on Voracity, right? Here. So like, your heal shouldn't be that stretched thin for you to need Sanso Chromatis. I was also thinking, do I want this on Blood Frenzy? Yes, I do, actually. I was thinking, like, because now it's from skill point 11 upwards, it's 2 points per speed increase, but it also gives me chaos damage, so never mind. That is useful. Right, so let's go see how absolutely awful the fight with Mogdrogen is. Not the base one, I haven't fought that one yet. But that one we can do on Ultimate, because it doesn't help us to do it on the other version. But this one we have to do on Ascended. Is it Peaks or Pinnacle? I think it's Pinnacle, right? Like, this is gonna be a trial and error affair. I'm gonna go cleanse this while I'm here. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you can just keep spamming the damage reduction and the health will keep coming even if you're full. That is true, that is a good perspective. I swear, if the dread spawns in the Mogdogan fight. Ah, I didn't even hear you. Oh, come on. I'm blocked in. Sometimes the Nemesis sound cue just doesn't play sometimes. Quite often, in fact. Tome of Names, Warborn chest card, Warden's Judgment. If it was Fortress, I would keep it. Evoker of Ergoloth. I'm not gonna be making a Vindicator anytime soon. Okay, so that was that. Alright, let's see. This, I mean, it has to be terrible, right? It depends a lot on, firstly, how much the werewolf version is gonna hurt me. I'm assuming very badly, and I'm not sure how good my lifesteal is gonna be, because when he's werewolf, he has 50% damage absorption. Which, if my sustain is already bad, it's gonna get even worse. And then, how his human version is gonna behave, because what I noticed when I was fighting him with the werewolf was that even though he has, like, ranged projectiles, he tends to run up close to you, which means then when he fires his projectiles, they shotgun you and you just die. If he keeps his distance in the human version, I might be kind of okay, depending on if I can take the werewolf up front. Greetings, little raven. I will have word with you. Why did you call for me to come here? You've shown yourself to be an ally of Cairn, battling both the agents of its makers and that which should not be. Aspect of Beronath. You bend the Aether's corruption to your will, gaining strength beyond your peers. A time will come when this strength will be tested in ways unimaginable. You must be ready. You stand before my vessel, a mere imitation of my might. But I would see what you are capable of. Fine then. Okay, so far he's keeping his distance. He's also not really taking a lot of damage. Well, no, when I'm using my... Yeah, this is the part that I'm worried about. Let's just try to face tank it and see if we can. I could create distance, but if I don't have to... That's the human version. The damage could be better. I feel. Like when I use my Bone Harvest, the health definitely moves. Quite noticeably. But in between... Yeah, I can keep you at a distance, buddy. That's fine by me. That's an enrage. Yeah, and that's the problem. When he enrages, he starts doing too much damage, I think. Anything I can do to change that? The Absorb Shield is not gonna help. I already apply maximum damage reduction. Like, Exposimum is only gonna give us 5% more than what I'm getting from my Bone Chilling Cry. Oh, 6% more, and it's not full uptime. I don't think that would make a difference. Or enough of one. Okay, let's try again. One thing that I don't think I should be taking crits from him. Because my defensive ability is considerably better than it was supposed to be. Because I got the crafting bonus here and I have a number of like defensive ability bonuses on Ascended stuff. So like I shouldn't be getting crit, which means if he killed me with that hit, it should happen every time because it's not a spike. It's just how much damage he deals. Which might mean I just can't do this fight. Also, where is my health? Why is it not coming back? Okay, that hurt. How much of a distance can I keep from the werewolf? Oh yeah, that's true. I should be keeping Mark of Torment up. But I don't think I can keep it... I mean, I definitely can't keep it up long enough for the entire werewolf phase. Come on, let me move. These guys freeze. Even just for a little bit. That hurt. I mean, if I can just kite him out, that would be fine. Mark of Torment is up. Don't shotgun me, bro. Don't get too close, please. Tasking my skeletons to target him. No, that was the wrong button. That was Mark of Torment. Shit. And this is a problem, because now I don't have it. Yeah, that was my mistake. I'm not gonna fuck around with the skeletons. I tried to target him and I pressed Q instead of E. But I think... if I play the werewolf phase carefully, I think I can do it. It's gonna be very inconsistent. Maybe if you get good enough at the fight, maybe it will be consistent, but currently it doesn't feel like the best way to fight him, right? I think my Bone Chilling Cry didn't reach him. Yeah, it didn't, which means no damage reduction. Okay, now I'm tasking my skeletons. They create some distance once my mark runs out. You have skill disruption as well, that's good to know. Ow. Don't shotgun me. Okay, he is keeping his distance at least. That's good news. Okay, I'm marked. Skeleton's task onto him. I think my mark is about to run out. Okay, go human, please. This is not good. Dead. It's the fucking Yetis with their freeze or stun projectiles, but my crowd control resistances are excellent. Do I maybe include Galeodis to give me like full crowd control immunity? It's only every 4 seconds. Or 4 seconds. But maybe that's good enough. If I can sustain my energy, I'm gonna try Galeodis. Because those rocks, those boulders that the Yetis throw keep like micro-interrupting me from getting my sustain. It seems doable but difficult. I should position so that all of the Yetis are on the same side as him. Yeah, that was some sort of freeze or disruption, and I didn't drink my potion in time. And he also probably stuns a little bit, so I'm getting micro disruptions from him as well. What is that damage? I used my mark too early. Because it looked like I was gonna eat it. I'm also not using my mobility skill, that is a mistake. I'm only using dodge. I can be a lot more mobile than I am being. Get the Yetis on the same side. Don't shotgun me. I said don't shotgun me. Again, frozen by the Yeti. That is so annoying. I have 74% freeze res, by the way. Mark is up. Just sustain, just sustain. I don't see if it's still up. Okay, he's human again. That should be my time to DPS. I ran into him. Could have been the end of me. I used Mark. Probably shouldn't have. Come on, mark him. I might have marked one of the Yetis instead. Don't know why I jumped into him. Ow! What was that? Come on, don't kill me now. He's not marked. Oh, come on. I just got the mark off cooldown. Okay, the Galeodis does seem to be helping. You know what? This is an excellent time to do a little bit of a test.
Something you need stashed?
Because this feels iffy. Is it better if I use this? Let's find out. So, I'm gonna apply a symbol of Solal to this. I'm gonna apply the... What is it? Coven's Terror. Now I need to respec. I need 679 spirits. How much would that cost me? Let me alt tab real quick. Veilwalker, there it is. 6749. No, 679. 679 is... I can drop my cunning. 677, maybe if I get better rolls, that would be 33 in spirit. I only have one tonic of reshaping, but I can make more. So, 33 in spirit. Actually, let's first start with physique. Physique would be 58, that stays. $26, $28. Okay, that's there. This was, again, 33? 33. I get enough with... What? I overdid it? Again. It's 40. Well, 33 isn't enough. For my rolls, I need one more. So 34. Rest goes into cunning to get some more OA. Okay, then check my devotions. Is it still applied? It is still applied, even though I switched items. What is my skill setup looking now? Looking like now? Nothing is overcapped because I gained +1 to Necromancer. Oh no, this one doesn't get +1 to Necromancer. It was the Codex of Lies. I got more in Bone Chilling Cry. Yeah, I did lose the 2 points in Wereraven, but it's +8. I cannot cap it in any other way. This should help with my survivability because of the 8% Fizz Res on the proc, which I'm assuming it has 6-second recharge, 12-second duration. I think this one isn't that the cooldown starts only after the duration ends. So this should be always up, the 8% Fizz Res. Maybe that will be good enough. Also, let me check what you said in chat, because I was focusing on my skill allocation. What about the Prismatic Fragment? You get some conversion, but the 10% max resist might help against his damage phase. 10% max resist. I'm not sure which... Prismatic Fragment? What is Prismatic Fragment? I'm not sure what exactly you mean. I have Prismatic Diamond, if that's what you mean. Prismatic Fragment? You must have the name wrong, because that doesn't show up anything on Grim Tools. Okay, let's try again. I should also set my spawn point to Kernhold, so I don't have to keep dragging the map every time I die. I think this is where I spawn normally, so that should be it. Okay, let's try again. This should be a lot better, right? I think the Fizz Res is the weakness here. And we do get additional resistance reduction here. Radiant Gem. Oh, it's like a periodic buff. I had never actually used Radiant Gem. I know it exists. Radiant Gem is... Oh, it's a common thing, so it's not showing up. Radiant Gem. Physical to elemental, that wouldn't do anything because I don't have any physical damage on my build. Elemental resistance. 30-second recharge, 12-second duration, max fire code, lightning, aether, chaos. I mean, it would bump the lightning a little bit, but I think the main problem is that I'm taking the physical damage. I think that's what's killing me. Okay, marked. Now I can kind of tank him. At least until he enrages. Oh, that's the human version. Get away from that. Well, I'm gonna mark him. Why not? Kill deities, as per usual. Also, the fact that I now have reduced cooldown on Mark of Torment is helpful for surviving this shit. Is it reduced cooldown or increased duration? One of the two. Well, it's actually both, because I have cooldown reduction now on my offhand. Ouch. Oh, what is the damage? All of a sudden. Thankfully, he does seem to keep his distance kind of okay in the werewolf form, so I don't have to keep kiting him for the entire duration. Stop doing that, dude! Transforming right in my face. Again, the Yetis, I hate them so much. If you want to play at this ranged game, I'm more than happy to. I have more range than you do, buddy. Not as much as I used to, but still more. Oof. Don't rip me now. I think I didn't get to apply my Bone Chilling Cry damage reduction on him. What is this damage? Stop. Okay, he's human again. I have to kill him now. Before he changes his mind. Come on. Yes. Alright, well, that's definitely not comfortable. But yeah, Fiend's Resolve is definitely the answer. So as much as I wanted to keep this... Why does it say that it's so much more damage? 28,000? Wasn't it less? But yeah, that is only damage for Ice Talons. It doesn't take into account the fact that this gives me 80% damage boost for Cold Snap, which is questionable how much of my damage Cold Snap actually is. But I'm assuming it's not nothing. And also 6% damage absorption. That seems kind of important. Alright, so we can do it. It's not fast, it's not comfortable, but it was never going to be. Because, you know, squishy casters and super bosses don't go well together. While we're on a roll, I could go back to Ultimate and just fight the normal Mogdragon. But if I can take the Uber one, surely I can take this one, even on Ascendant. It shouldn't affect him anyway, it should affect his pets. But I do want, before I do that... I do want a Storm Shroud Ointment, or whatever it's called. Yeah, Storm Shroud Ointment, which requires Rigid Shell. I also need to awaken the offhand now. And apply some neat illusion to it. What would fit? What would fit? We are a chaotic bastard, so maybe some nice Chaos Tome, Void Tome maybe. Codex of Violent Rifts, I should save that on somebody, for somebody that actually gets to see it. I don't when I'm transformed. This has some feathers on it, right? Yeah, that seems right. And it's a Void effigy, that's fitting. Okay, so let's try this after I ascend this. Do I have the materials for it? I actually don't know. But I didn't spend that many on the rerolls, so I should have. Also, one more thing before I make this commitment. I want to find an enemy and just get slapped around for a little bit. I want to check that the buff actually stays up forever. That it has a full uptime. So I just want one guy somewhere out here. Because I've never used Fiend's Resolve. Anybody? Any takers? There you guys. That should be good enough. Okay, so Fiend's Resolve is this. Yeah, it keeps refreshing. When it gets to half, it refreshes. Yeah, okay, so it works the way I thought. Good to know. Oh, I just noticed. These gates look almost identical to the ones in the Black Citadel. So I'm guessing the Black Citadel is maybe previously built by the Kern before they fell. So they're using the same architecture. Okay, so let's ascend this. Yeah, it's pricey, but we can do it. What do we get? The same thing that we had on this, right? Yeah. Except it's... no, it's the same chance. 15% for max 6 seconds. 15% for max 6 seconds. I thought the greens could get better rolls than legendaries. I guess it's only magics. This will have removed this, and again unspec'd my Dying God. Not this time? Oh! Oh! It's remembering the one that I have in my inventory. So when I was doing the Mogdrogen fight now, I didn't have Dying God. God damn it. So it was showing like, oh, it's assigned to Soul Isle's Flame, you're fine. Yeah, it's assigned to the wrong Soul Isle's Flame. So that should make the fight a little bit faster. It's not gonna make me any tankier. In fact, it's gonna... actually, it should make it quite a bit faster. Especially now. Because now that I have cooldown reduction, which by the way, I should check what roll I got on the offhand. I have cooldown reduction on the offhand, which means my uptime on Hungering Void and on this is much better. It's not full 100%, but I only have 2 seconds downtime here and 3.4 seconds downtime here. Previously it was like basically 10 seconds on each or something like that. And Dying God, sure, it's just some percent damage, but it's also 10% total speed, which would be a lot of sustain. I'm gonna retry that Mogdrogen fight later. In fact, I might do it again at the end of this session. What time is it even? Am I even gonna get to the challenge dungeons? I'm gonna get to some, but not all of them, probably. Okay, so I'm gonna try the Mogdrogen fight. But before I do, I wanted to check the rolls. The health could definitely be better. Casting speed could be better. The cooldown is kind of okay, so I guess I'm not too... oh, but my chaos roll is bad. Okay, I'm gonna reroll it a few times. It's a minor optimization, but this is not a pricey thing to do. Reroll this, that's just Ashes of Awakening. That costs me nothing. The Chaos roll is considerably better. Vitality to Chaos conversion doesn't matter. Aether to Chaos conversion does actually kind of matter, because it helps us convert the skeletons from Revenant. Actually, this also helps. The Vitality to Chaos also helps in that regard. So maybe I would want higher percentages. Not that the skeletons from Revenant are a major source of damage. The casting speed is now almost maxed. The DA is maxed. The health is still middling. The cooldown reduction low rolled, so I'm gonna try again. Cooldown reduction is better. Casting speed is back where it was. Conversions are okay. Percent damage is better. The health still sucks. Let's give it a few more. Max cooldown reduction. Casting speed low rolled. I want the casting speed good. Okay, 24 I'm okay with. 16 is middle of the road. For cooldown, health is still on the low end. Conversions suck. Come on. Max casting speed. Cooldown midway. Health midway. Conversions kind of low, but whatever. Chaos damage is good. Okay, whatever. I don't care about the conversions that much. So now
Something interesting.
A-bomb has a 2.2. And this one has 4. Oh, it's not assigned here. Wait, it looks like it's worse. Why is 16? Did I have 18 last time? Whatever. But I have more casting speed now. I have way higher % damage than I got last time. The health is better. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this. I wanted to also check what is my... I should get rid of the sword. So it stops messing with my assignments. It's assigned properly. What is my uptime on this? 11-second recharge, 5-second duration. That's pretty good. Yeah, so this is a lot more defensive option. But it may be because of the % chaos res, it's actually maybe even more offensive as well. It sucks that I don't get to cap the Wereraven, but oh well. If that's what it takes. Okay, let's try the other Mogdro again. I'm gonna be cheeky and I'm gonna try to face tank, or rather stand in his Sunders, but it's probably a bad idea. Actually, no. That's a foregone conclusion what's gonna happen if I do that. So I won't. On the previous character I could have tried it, but this I think is too squishy. Ah, that's a totem. I am taking that. For the mats, because I just spent more fragments. I kind of wish the Tempest spawns were differentiated by name, so that you know which one you're fighting. You don't have to distinguish it visually. Lokhor's Infusion, Rhyme Spark Court, Shambler. Nothing I want currently. I do want the Nightforged Sapphire because that's an uncraftable set and unrerollable set, so you just have to find it like this. Okay, let's... Actually, that's a bad place to open the rift. Let's open it here. Drink our lightning protection. It's still not overcapped enough, so I have to be careful, but shouldn't pop me. Okay, let's see. Oh, I still got sundered. Whatever, I'm gonna sunder you back. How about that? Oh, that's the resistance reaction, because I stood too close. And now you sundered yourself. And you resistance reduction to yourself. So that doesn't work on you. Or rather, it does, but I don't benefit from it because it's elemental resistance reduction, not chaos. I mean, yeah, he is just the weakest Celestial. It is starting to hurt because I got resistance shredded. Mantle of Mogdro again, I don't need. I'm also thinking, if we are talking defenses, can I make this even better? Oh no, never mind. It doesn't scale anymore. This skill used to improve in its like duration to recharge ratio, but now it's fixed and you only scale the absorption. Never mind. I was thinking investing more points to get the uptime up, but no, you can't do that. Right, so with this done, time to actually do the challenge dungeons that I named this entire episode after. How about that? So I'm gonna go to Kernhold, and even though I'm not gonna make as much use of the bonuses as I would have liked, because this took me longer than I expected, I still have like an hour and a half, so maybe I can do enough dungeons to make this worthwhile. Ashes of Awakening aren't that rare for me anymore. I maybe want to do something else on top. Oh, I think this is the best way to get them. Okay. I'm not gonna banish the Dread yet. I'm gonna banish it once I enter the dungeon itself. Or before I enter past the door. Now, starting with Steps of Torment, because we have 2 quests there. Might as well clean up the quest log. It's a bit of a shame that I can't fight the Ravager, because I think that would be the one Celestial fight that this character could do quite okay in. But I would have to fight him on Elite, because I went Hostile on Ultimate, which carries over to Ascendant mode. So the only Celestials that are left for me are the bad Mogdrogan, which I just fought, and Skalagadra, plus the base Mogdrogan, which doesn't really count. And Skalagadra is gonna be even worse of a fight. Although maybe not. I mean, I obviously won't be able to stand there and tank it. But unlike the werewolf, I am actually able to just kite and attack from a distance. So my damage could be okay. It will be a kite fest, but maybe I can do it safely. Depending on what time I end up finishing some of these dungeons, I might retry the Mogdrogan again in the new session, because yeah, not having Dying God is kind of a problem in your setup. I didn't even check how long it took me to kill him. I guess at that point I wasn't worried about timing, I was worried about whether I can even do it. I'm hoping this character ends up like... It was expected that it's not gonna be a good super bosser. And I'm hoping it ends up being good in Shattered Realm and Crucible. Because the amount of AoE that I have should make that decent. The one thing that could be holding me down is the fact that Bone Chilling Cry doesn't really work well with Shattered Realm or with Crucible, for that matter. Because, you know, middling AoE range and 6-second cooldown means whenever you move forward to the next section, you might not have your cooldown off, which means you don't have damage reduction and resistance reduction, which is just the worst thing I can possibly imagine. I'm already actively bitching about it on the forums, so maybe something gets changed there. Maybe they just reduce the cooldown or give you ability to refresh it. And my energy sustain is actually fine. I don't really need the... fully juiced energy potion, so I guess the Galiotis. Even though I'm only using it for the Mogdrogan fight specifically. For Kalagadra it won't matter. But yeah, being able to be completely crowd control immune, I guess, is good enough. Yeah, either remove the cooldown or give us a way to refund it, because they like to do that with Berserker. Like on crit, reduce cooldown of something and stuff like that. I believe I mentioned it on the previous stream, and somebody also mentioned it on the forums, on the thread, where I was complaining, like, yeah, make it on Battle Surge, on crits, you get some removal for it. Or like 1 second removed from that, so you can keep moving. Yeah, exactly. Why would Bone Chilling cry? Why should it be the only resistance reduction skill that has a cooldown? And also such a long cooldown. Like, I wouldn't mind if it's like 3 seconds, sure, whatever. But it's 6 seconds. And there's no way to reduce it in terms of skill modifiers. Like, the only skills on the tree in terms of like offensive or debuff skills, I'm not talking like mirror of area of peace, but like offensive and debuff skills, the only ones that have longer cooldown are Devastation and Warcry. They're the only ones. And Warcry has a number of items that reduce its cooldown by like 2 or 2.5 seconds or something. And also Warcry hits the entire screen. It's like entire 360, everything gets hit. So at least when you apply it with your long cooldown, even though it doesn't have full uptime baseline, you at least hit everything. But with this, hitting like half the screen, not even. And then what? Anything that moves in, I have to wait 6 seconds. If I need to move forward, I have to wait 6 seconds. That's just really bad. I mean, it's not that Berserker doesn't have other strengths, but like, why should its quality of life or resistance reduction be this bad? Especially when, like Wereraven or my next build, if you want to play it ranged, you're kind of forced to face tank or get very close, much closer than you would like to, just so you can apply your resistance reduction. That's just so user unfriendly. Oof. That hurt. Okay, I'm gonna go back home and remove the dread. So I do not want to fight it in the dungeon and screw my run. For now. I think I'm gonna make a point of, maybe I will do like a dread hunting session when I do endgame testing, because I only got to fight it twice. Once I completely botched the fight by getting sundered for no reason, and once I fought it but with a fully stacked altar.
Got some meat stashed.
So it's not like that was a very representative run. Oh yeah, I wanted to stash the sapphire. Is that the full? Oh yeah, that is the full Nightforge set now. Cute. I'll probably want just one, because there's not multiple. There is multiple builds you can make with it. There is some support for Arcanist, though I'm not sure why you would want to. Health restoration, cold damage on Arcane Will, and chance on attack to refresh the duration of Arcane Will. I mean, it can be decent. 9 seconds of Arcane Will. It's a pretty decent defense and offense bonus. But I think the star of the show is Rune of Hagarat Avalanche combo. I don't think the Arcane Will bonuses are anything to write home about. Although 8% offensive ability on top, it can be a boost. meaningful proportions. Wait, did this... Oh yeah, this is a ring, so it doesn't have skill modifiers. Makes sense. Maybe they rebalance it, so maybe I should keep 2. These shoulders I'm not gonna keep, because how many of them do I have? 2, and I only ever need 1 anyway. Although they cannot be refarmed. How many lightning pet builds am I gonna make? You know what, let's keep 3. But no more than that. I have the room, after all. For these, at least. Okay, so Dread is banished. Am I gonna be picking up enough items to have to sell everything? Probably. I don't need more Eyes of Mogrogan's Chosen. I can farm those repeatedly. Wait, that's Apocalypton. I need to keep that. Because Apocalypton cannot be transformed, and it only drops from Tempest Totems. And I am missing... No, I do have 3 amulets already. Okay, well, that's too many. What am I missing? I have only 1 shoulders, only 1 helmet. Yeah, so I need more of those. Alright, let's see. I cannot get Nemesis from the Undead yet. Right, how far off am I? I'm gonna get it in there. Now, let's not die, shall we? I want my Soul Fragments back. I'm still gonna have to do a whole bunch of farming for them, because... Yeah, my next character is gonna need a minimum of 65, and I have, what? 18, maybe? That's... Jesus. It's gonna be so much farming. Man, I'm half tempted to just GD stash them. That's gonna take so long. But in the process I can maybe farm up some other stuff that I'm looking for other characters. It's not gonna be a complete time kill. Yeah, my energy sustain is fine. Which makes me think... no, but I do want the duration reduction on it. For the Galeodis specifically. Which is only really needed for that one fight, looks like. Shoulder plate, Spectral Wormhole, nothing here. And the fact that I'm running around suddenly with 19% Fizz Res does make me feel a lot better about my survivability. Fiend's Resolve. Huh. Who would have thought? That it would be good for a Wereraven build of all things. I mean, it's not that surprising. It was one of the items that I was considering before I considered dual wielding, just because you're playing single resistance reduction combo, so you should try to compensate for it with more resistance reduction, and Fiend Resolve is one of the ways to do it. There's actually a third item. Fiend Gaze Tome, but it's... Of the 3 resistance reduction options, it's the worst one. Has the least resistance reduction and also seems like the worst bonuses on the item itself. Haven't had a lot of demons popping out of these chests in a while. Shade of Elnadrin can't spawn because we killed Anasteria. But it's 1 boss less. Or that he dropped anything important. I have to kill Ilgor because of the quest for Noctukari. Plus, it's a boss, which means it can drop a fragment. Ouchies. You and your shotguns, man. Oh, I need to kill this. Don't want a priest back there. I'm gonna sunder you back. How do you like that? You don't. Come on, you should be almost dead. Don't get sundered now. And he's down. And he didn't drop... Now we have Nemesis. He didn't drop a fragment at all. Stingy. What am I paying you for? You know, Musilauki. Now that we're gonna be fighting the Nemesis, I am kind of happy that I have Geliotis. Because Musilauki will be basically unable to freeze me at all. He will have 3% of his normal freeze duration. Sucks to be you. Oh yeah, I need to remember, I am trying to get to the secret quest here as well. I would have completely skipped past it. Also, what is my cast speed now? I should probably check that after I'm in a safe place. It's a Nemesis. And it is... Radoth, goddammit. What is my cast speed? Oh, he's coming. Never mind. Not gonna be reading that now. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay. Didn't know that Thunder worked that way. It's like a... How far does that thing travel? Holy hell. That went from there all the way up the stairs, hit me up here. And then I got also trapped by this skeletal monstrosity. What a wombo combo. You healed him. You piece of shit. Why did I jump back? Can anybody explain? Oh, it's 3 waves, and they travel far. Okay. Good to know. So he has a cleave, or like a blade arc sunder, and a ground traveling sunder. And I fought him in melee, I didn't really distinguish between the two. That was a lot less comfortable than I thought, though granted, he got healed back to full once, so... Incinerator, Skybreaker... Ah, I do have the room, I should pick it up. Okay, so I was checking my cast speed. Am I affected by anything here? I'm not. I have 5 seconds. I have 50% uptime on the... Mark of Torment, that's nice. Cast speed is 229. Still not quite capped, but yeah, if I proc... Once I proc Hungering Void or Prismatic Diamond, I do actually reach my cap. That's the shopkeep up there, right? I don't see a chest. And no marked chests. So this is probably... Oh no, there's a totem. I do want that. I should kill the reflect guy before he procs it. Alright, everything clear? Now kill the priests before they start messing my shit up. Infernals, don't get killed, don't get killed by these bastards. I don't think any hero type other than Arcane and possibly a few guys that can skill disrupt you like Wild Claw has ever put as much fear in me as Infernals. Good lord. And double rares. That would be a no. Ah, Dreadwalker. You will be my first non-berserker build that I'm gonna make. Guaranteed. By the way, Frederick, if you're still here, does the set doesn't show up, the one that you mentioned, the Crimson Moon, it doesn't show up in Grimtools anymore, right? I haven't seen it, but maybe if I just look for it by name, maybe it's still hidden in there. I'm thinking, why are they trying to support Werewolf and Drain Essence in the same set? That is a weird combo. Ah, another Nemesis. Okay, Rados number 2. Let's see if this goes better. Okay, so I just noticed that when he has this shield up, he fires some vitality projectiles back at you. Oh, that was the other one. Oh, it's Devouring Swarm, okay. That makes sense then. If you're trying to make vitality. He's still pretty damn tanky. I'm not sure if it's just... I don't remember what his resistances are, if he's really tanky against Chaos or if it's the shield eating up a lot of damage. Or if it's just my damage. Ooh! Those are some good affixes. Rune card of the Flamecaller of Fire Calidor's Tempest. Huh. That is something I did want to eventually build. I already have a Fire Calidor's Tempest build, but I think I can do better. Because that one was Vanquisher, but not proper Vanquisher, it was reverse Vanquisher. Because Vanquisher makes it that... so that you have basically no cooldown on Virus Might, but it imposes a cooldown on Calidor's Tempest. And I was like, well, what if I do it the opposite way? What if my Calidor's Tempest is spammable and I just use Virus Might to get close? Because you don't really need the cooldown reduction on Virus Might for it to be almost no cooldown anyway, because it takes time for you to execute the travel animation and everything. And then you could actually have a spammable skill that's comfortable rather than trying to deal your damage all with Virus Might, which is very iffy to do. You play Primalist with Sim Carver and Crimson Moon, you get 26 Devouring Swarm. Ah. With Vitality to Pierce, so it's a Pierce build. I thought it was supposed to be Vitality. Okay. That is good, actually, because not that there aren't good Pierce Werewolf builds, but it's the native damage type for it, and there's relatively little stuff that actually supports it in its native damage type. It's usually conversions of some kind, or chaos, or stuff like that. And that's actually the similar thing that I've noticed with Wereraven. Like, you kind of have to really look for the items that support Wereraven in cold. Because all the sets and stuff, or notable monster infrequents and legendaries, convert it to something else. There's lightning, Wereraven, fire. No, I don't think there's fire. Aether, vitality, chaos. Was there anything else? There's acid on conduit, but that I wouldn't count. But like actual cold stuff, not that much. Which is important because Wereraven is half cold, half pierce. So you want, if you want to be making a full cold one, you need to get the conversion somewhere. And same thing for pierce. There is no actual pierce support for Wereraven, even though it's half of its damage. Well, less than half because of Frostburn. It's something that's always bugged me with Rune of Hagarad. It's a cold and pierce skill, and even converting it fully to cold isn't easy. Because there's very limited options, and there's nothing for pierce. It's like the pierce side of it doesn't even exist in terms of in-game support. Alright, let's see. Oh, there was the thunder. It's taking a while. But again, it's a fully juiced table, and one thing worth noting, the ashes, if you put them in to increase your drop rate of Soul Fragments and Soul Echoes, those are some of the biggest buffs that you get on the Ascension altar. Like in terms of just health gain and damage gain, it's some of the highest numbers that you get. Other than some of those, like the one that you get on the Dread for boosting like minions. Those numbers do get kind of high. We even got our Soul Rend, which is nice. Already have one equipped somewhere, but I could always use more. And we got Vanquisher. Nice. These only drop from the Challenge Dungeon chests. Doombringer, and what is here? Should always be a set piece in the Ascendant items. Okay. So, did we get a Soul Fragment? We did get one. With 11 these, 11 of these. Not the most lucrative, but also not super speedy, but not super dangerous. Other than the Radoth fight, everything else was fine. So, I can return to Noctukari, which is in Ulos Springs. Well, Guardian Sorrow, but actually Ulos Springs. I think the Rift Gate is called Guardian Sorrow, but here we are in Ulos Springs. Which makes it kind of confusing. And then the one that's the Rift Gate that is called Ulos Springs actually kind of throws you into Utakunar. Not entirely, it is still Ulos Springs, but you're a few steps away from it. Let's see if this has changed. Maybe it gives more ashes now. It used to just give one. But for the score of 1, I got 3.
You return. Yes, yes.
No, it's still just
An
1. Okay.
unfair burden upon the very land of Cairn is sick. Evil rises and takes.
Slay boss monsters 8. I mean, I can do that. That one I haven't seen yet. I have seen the ones that send you to challenge dungeons, the ones that want you to kill specific monster types, like kill 200 Chthonians or something like that. But this one I haven't seen yet. What bosses can we fight that are kinda on the way to one of those challenge dungeons? The nearest challenge dungeon is here. There's a lot of bosses in Port Valbury. No, but there's more in Bastion of Chaos. There's one in front of the gates, then there's like 2 at the end of the first floor. Then there's Lagoth Ark and the guy at the end. Plus, does the Chthonian Unraveler count? I think he's just a hero, not a boss. I didn't sell my shit, but I don't think I'm gonna fill up my inventory anyway. I'm very happy that I actually fought the Mogdrogen though. Oh, you're right, there are 3 in Bloodbound Bastion. You know what, that's not far. Yeah, thank you, Frederick. That's a good place to go. Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna go to the challenge dungeon anyway, but I wouldn't get all 8 bosses there. But yeah, Ruins of Utakunar, I can go to Iron Eye's hideout. Wait, the 3 whites, are they still here? Even if I've already completed the quest? I know there's the 3 whites that are in the Scarfell, the Scarstone or something. Yeah, no, these ones aren't here. Or otherwise, or they must have moved elsewhere. But yeah, there's the Iron Eye Fortress or hideout. I cannot fight in the Bloodbound Bastion because that is already captured, but I can find these here. I bound them because I'm a necromancer. I wanted to see that quest outcome. So I got the consumable summon for them. Ow. Yeah, the moment you set foot into this expansion, you immediately tell the difference in terms of the damage output. Yeah, how do you like that cast speed, huh? Oh, of course, there's demon in there. I stopped drinking my energy pot and I started running out. The summons they're like one-time consumable. And it's hard to say if they're good. They last for a minute. Once you use it, the consumable is gone and you presumably can't get it back. And because I'm not a player or a pet scaler, I'm a player-focused character, they don't really do anything, right, for me. But if you're making an actual pet build, they could be helpful to some fights. But because they're one-time thing, like, yeah, sure, you can maybe use them to help you with the super boss, but that's the only time you're gonna be able to try something like that. If you want to refarm it, well, too bad. Why are you basically not taking damage? Try to explain. Also, is that... Was that Chaos Devastation or what is this? Oh no, it doesn't suck that it can only be used once. It would be so broken if it wasn't. Because those items that you get granted for the summon are soulbound. So it would mean like, oh, because you're playing a Necromancer, you get these 3 summons for free forever. Right? That would be so horribly imbalanced. They couldn't do it any other way. It's just a nice little like flavor win in terms of what you get as a Necromancer for completing this quest a certain way. But it wouldn't make any sense. Okay, so there was 3 bosses. That one was strangely tanky. And the rest most of them I can get in the Bastion. Oh, that threw me a bit off. Although no, there is a Rift Gate here, isn't there? Yeah. But one thing, I do want to put the Codex of Agrivix in the chest. Because if I remember correctly, for some reason there is another one of those sets that you cannot craft. Actually, I'm gonna check just to make sure, but I think that's the case. Agrivix. Rage of Agrivix. Yeah, it's all random drops. I don't know what determines which ones you can and can't craft. Like, why? What is so special about Agrivix that it has to be locked behind drops? I got another. There was an armor. I already have one. I don't need two. And you cannot turn this into each other. You can turn Agrivix pieces into each other, but not Vanquisher. So that one I can sell. I do want to save the Soul Rend, even though I already have one on a different character. That character is gonna be getting rebuilt anyway. It was a bad idea. Multi-beams for Albrecht's 8th Ray. Those are currently being much discussed in terms of how they're implemented. The way it works is, it's not as broken as you would think, that like it would be able to shotgun people. An enemy can only be getting damaged by 1 beam at a time. So if somebody walks up close to you, they're only taking normal damage anyway. The issue is, if you have 2... Wait, no, that was double rare. If you have 2 beams, it doesn't... Like, if you point your cursor on a target, normally the beam just goes to it. If you have 2 beams, instead the beams will be at an angle from where you're aiming. So it will like... If your target is this blacksmith, 1 beam will go here, 1 beam will go here. Now they have some width to them, so like chances are the target will still be getting hit if they're like at mid-range. But at long range, when the beams will have split up wide enough, there's just a big dead zone here where it's not hitting. So you have to aim like off to the side to hit the targets. And that's just so awkward. I hope they change it to like either adjust the angle or always have 1 beam in the middle and then the other one fires to either side. Still not the most elegant thing, but definitely better than what we have currently.
I'll keep an eye on this.
Okay, so that's 3 of the bosses. I'm gonna go to the Bastion. That should give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that should get me all 5 if I make it to the end. And then, what time is it? I think I can do 1 more dungeon. Oh no, it definitely shouldn't have Frederick. That would be so imbalanced. Like, you would have to give a massive negative total damage modifier for that to not be broken, right? You can't just have an item skill modifier that doubles the damage of your skill. That just is not possible to balance properly. I mean, the idea of the thing is still good, right? one of the problems of Albrecht's Aether Ray is the AoE coverage, so if you give it more beams, you have better AoE coverage. That solves one of its weaknesses. So it's still a good thought, and visually it's very nice. It's just the implementation is a bit uncomfortable to use until you get, like, you basically have to aim for odd numbers of beams so that you have the one beam in the middle and the other two beams are shooting to the sides, and then it works like kind of normal. I don't know, there are no modifiers that like straight up double the damage of a skill, like 100% total damage modifier. If there are, they always come with the downside of like, okay, but it imposes a cooldown, right? Like what we have here. 80% total damage modifier on Cold Snap, sure, but 1 second extra recharge. There are some, very few, that give total damage modifiers with no downsides, like the total damage modifiers for Hellhound and the one for Briarthorn on the Summoner of Hands, the like Bloodsworn Codex, and what is the other one? Fleshwarp Codex, I think. That is just a straight up 25% total damage modifier for your summon with no downside. That feels wrong. Because that then basically says this item is balanced the way it is. So if you're not using it, your Hellhound logically has to be weak. Because if 25% total damage modifier doesn't make it broken, that means the 100% normal damage isn't that great. And that doesn't sound right. Some of the base damage modifiers are higher than the value of the skill's base value. I don't think that's true. I can't think of any that would actually be doing more damage than the skill itself. Like if you stack a whole bunch of total damage or percent damage or flat damage modifiers, then yeah. But you don't have like just a single thing that increases the damage so much, it's like a double the skill or something like that. Because like you have to keep in mind that the number that shows up on the item is already scaled by your percent damage bonuses. So the number will show up as high, and then if you look at the Grim Tools, what the base damage of the skill is, it will show up as low, but when all the percentages are there, I don't think there's anything. Like there are some that are adding a whole bunch of flat damage, but to a skill that's already like bad at doing damage. And like there's modifiers for Wind Devils that slap a shit ton of flat damage onto it, but it's because the skill itself isn't supposed to be a damage dealer. It's primarily a resistance reduction thing. So like the Morgoneth set gives a crap ton of damage to that skill to make it kind of okay. Nemesis. Panetti, which Panetti? You mean the wand? Or there's stuff like, actually that's another Morgoneth piece, increasing the damage of Ill Omen, because Ill Omen was never a good damage skill to begin with. It's turning it into one, and even then not a great one. Which reminds me, there is this one cool set that I'm eager to try. I think it's called Dreamweaver, that gives you like codes. I'm gonna tank this. It gives you cold Blackwater Cocktail, and it gives lifesteal and some extra damage to Ill Omen. And it sounds fun, lifestealing from Ill Omen. It's using it basically as your sustain while your Blackwater Cocktail is doing damage, because you cannot lifesteal off of Blackwater Cocktail. At least you couldn't in the past. Now you can get percent damage, percent weapon damage application onto Blackwater Cocktail from some ascended affixes. But I think it's only on magic items. Okay, so that was... Wait, 5 bosses. I only killed 1 here. I guess something that popped out of the... not monster totem, the shrine counted as a boss? Huh. Maybe it was the Chthonian Unraveler, even though he was marked as a hero, not as a boss. Well, I don't mind. It means, unless I die here, I'm definitely getting it completed. Oh, no, it was Benjar. It counts Nemesis as heroes. Oh, bosses, yeah, of course. Oh, so many blockages suddenly popped up. I can still get through here. Good. Now this time, because I don't have the quest for this dungeon, I don't actually have to complete like the chest and everything. Well, yeah, but then you're working with the like base version of the like 16, and that's not true, because like base has 215 damage, sure, but it is base of the first node, right? It's not all the nodes put together. You have to look at the whole skill, because you're never just taking penalty for the first node, you're taking all of them. And then when you put it together, it ends up being like just an okay improvement. And also Invoker, sure, but then you're talking about the entire Invoker set, right? Not just one piece of the set. So that's a different thing, because then you're committing 4 item slots to get an impressive damage modifier. That's okay. I was talking like single item bonuses, because the Albrecht's 8th array, which is what we were talking about, all of those additional beams are coming from single items, right? You could not have those be doing double damage. You would need to commit more slots than just, oh, I'm committing a medal and an offhand, and I have 3 beams, that means I'm doing triple damage. That would not be balanced. Once you're including more item pieces, then you are, you know, getting into a different balance discussion, because, okay, but what are those pieces missing? Or are they supporting it on a bad damage type or something? Like Beast Caller, for example, is giving you an additional Hellhound and additional Briar Thorn, so that is basically 100% total damage modifier for 2 skills. But it commits a certain number of item slots that you could have occupied with something better, possibly. Though that I probably couldn't have picked the worst example, actually. Oh, this guy doesn't count as a hero. Well, that's bad. This Scholar is actually one of the worst things I could have picked, because that one is kind of weird. That it's giving you 100% total damage modifier for 4 items. It feels like a bit much. Yeah, but like it's not that big of a modification to what you already have baseline. So I think that's like fair and reasonable. No one would accuse, well, maybe now they would, but previously nobody would accuse PRM of being super broken because you have Invoker and stuff like that. Now PRM is actually a very good skill because it got super buffed after many people, me among them, complained about its viability as a single target main skill. Like you could, when you were playing Shattered Realm, you would just absolutely destroy the chunks and then get into the boss room and spend the next 6 minutes there trying to kill something. I do think they maybe kind of overdid it But to be fair, I haven't played PRM since. But like they not only juiced the damage, but also gave it a resistance reduction built in. And it has massive crit damage that's always been there. That feels like, whew, you really wanted to succeed, don't you? You could have been a bit more tame with it. Oh, Lagot Arc, I believe, is very chaos resistant, so we're gonna be here for a while. I was just about to say, but thankfully he's not dangerous, and then half my health disappeared. From what? I don't even know. If you're doing vitality damage, I have 85% resistance to it. And that's before Aurora is active. Then it's 87. Those are illusions. This is the real one. Again. Where is this damage coming from? Thought you were always a pushover when it came to damage. What is this? I need to take a look at your skills. What type of damage are you doing? And the Nemesis right after. Come on, disappear. I know you're fake. Oh, you can still fumble me even though I'm firing not normal projectiles but ground effects, essentially? That's not nice. Okay, here's the Disrupt and Dispel. That Dispel went through the wall. It went like through here. That almost got me. Pummelers, Stoneworld Guardbreakers, Plagius, Bone Cage. I think I had some ideas for this. But I can't remember what build it was anymore. So I guess it wasn't important. Again, oh, that was an Infernal. That almost ended badly. Soon enough, I think they're gonna have to put up a marker above Infernals as well, just so people know they're in the shits. Because they look kind of similar to the Molten ones. Not Molten, Burning. And those are not dangerous. Well, they are dangerous enablers, because their Fire Aura shreds like 300 or 400 defensive ability. So then you can get super crit. And one thing worth noting, that Descended Mode menu doesn't tell you. It doesn't just like increase monster health and increase, you know, monster damage by some percentage that it shows you. I'm not actually sure. I think it increases offensive and defensive ability as well, but primarily it gives all enemies 40% crit damage. Which means if your DA is not good enough, suddenly you're getting absolutely detonated. You're talking about the Thundering, right? They drop this little like lightning spike which will fire out projectiles, and those projectiles have do some damage, not that much, but they stun. So basically it's an area denial. If you don't have capped stun resist, and I guess even if you do, they basically deny you that area to fight. And that's the same thing that you get with the Arctic and Bramble. Bramble applies entrapment, so if your entrapment address is bad, you're screwed. Thundering gives you the stun, and Arctic gives you a freeze. So like 3 basically traps to stun lock you if your crowd control is bad. Crowd control resistance is bad, I mean. Okay, one more hero. which is the end boss, I guess, because there's nothing else left. Any double rares? No. I should also ship things over, but I want to check. So how many fragments? Oh, echoes, I have 11. And no fragments currently. And my previous farming run, I mean, I'm only doing the second dungeon, but I think I had more after the first two on the beast collar than I'm getting here. Guess I got lucky. I mean, I did also fight the dread twice on that one, which drops 2 every time, I think now. So that's a big part of what I got. This is the chest area. This can move around if I remember correctly. In here it's not even always in this place, which is unique compared to all the other challenge dungeons. All the other ones are fixed, but this one... Diamond trophy. I just realized the end boss of this challenge dungeon, I think, is pretty chaos resistant. I'm gonna be there for a while. And he can be kind of scary. Okay, one last floor. And then, what time is it? Yeah, I think I can do one more, and then I can retry Mogdro again as well. How did I actually have my devotion assigned properly? So I will basically complete all of the base game challenge dungeons. It will only leave Tomb of the Heretic and... oh, another Nemesis. The Tomb of the Heretic and Ancient Grove for next time. And then next time I will also try Crucible, Shattered Realm. I don't know if I should probably try Kalagadra, but I don't like committing the Celestial Essences when I have so few of them. And basically not getting any new ones on these playthroughs. I'm just spending. And then also Lokhor, Bourbon Clone. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm gonna get everything done next time. That's moving too slow to be our other friend. This is unfortunately the worst one, because he has a lot of chaos resistance. I'm stuck! He only has 40? I thought he had more than that. I thought it was... He's out of range of that Bone Chilling Cry. That's so annoying to me. I thought he had high chaos and high poison res. And it was... Gravathul. Really? Let me check. Not that I don't believe you, but I don't believe you. Benjar... No, you're looking at the wrong one. Benjar has 83% Chaos Res. And Acid Res. You're thinking of Gravathul. And wait, does Gravathul really have 118? That seems a bit much. I don't think Nemesis have over 100 anything. Oh, you're talking about Charzul. Right. Okay, yeah. I guess you're a little bit behind on the stream, so I'm not catching quite what you're referring to every time. Yeah, okay, so he's 40 chaos and a shit ton of fire. That should be fine then. The message popped up about the resistances the moment I said that I'm actually getting the worst Nemesis here because this one is chaos resistant, and then you said he only has 40% like 2 seconds after that, so that's an unfortunate coincidence on the timing. Let me through. Oh, this is the wrong way, right? Yeah, this doesn't connect. I need to go down. Don't I? Oh, it's this way. You know what? Once I start heading towards Fort Valbury, I'm gonna re-enable the Dread. Just for the way there. Actually curious how it works. Like, does the counter just stop if you turn it off, or does it keep going but it just doesn't spawn the Dread, and when you re-enable it, you get the Dread almost immediately after? That would be nice. Although I guess not, because that would be abusable. You could just manipulate when you get the Dread exact location where you're gonna fight it. I'm not even gonna bait out the traps this time. Probably didn't need to go out of that place. Or maybe I did. That hurts. Okay, that wasn't too bad. It's still weird to me that Gravathul, big chaos focused demon, is relatively weak to chaos damage. Huh? On one hand, I like it, so that, you know, both Chthonic Nemesis aren't a pain to fight for chaos focused builds, but Weaver Band. Oh, those are the other types of spiders that can drop these. Bartholomew's Gavel, Herald of Emetok, again. It's an 84, of course I'm gonna get more of those. So, back to Noctukari. So turn in the quest, that should get me revered. Although, I'm not sure. The boss's one might be giving me less reputation than the challenge dungeons. I don't know why I'm even doing this, I don't really care about the orb. I have everything that you can buy there from previous characters. Every time I go down here, the game stutters.
Yes.
It does give less.
Their burden upon the great annihilator's minions, pouring from the world's wounds, cannot be counted.
Yeah, so this just wants me to kill the Chthonians and Bloodbound. Screw that. So my reputation with Noctukari is now... I'm not even revered with Devil's Crossing. Holy hell. It's still a ways away. That would be 2 more quests at least. Right, I'm gonna go sell my stuff. Or stash what I want. And I'm gonna go unleash the Dread and go to Valbury. And if I feel fresh enough at the end of that, I'm gonna retry Mogdrogen. If not, then Mogdrogen retry would be the first thing I do on the next one. Next stream on Monday. Release the Dread. The quest that asks you to go after the like faction enemies, those give way less reputation, so I would have to get that one and another challenge dungeon one at least to complete that. And it's not worth it. I mean, I don't need reputation with them. The only thing it does now is move the crafting orb that lets you awaken stuff. It moves it or shares it with Kernhold. It's not really important for me. If I need to awaken shit, I can always just port there, you do it once, and then you never need to do it again. On the same character, so... Or I can just awaken the stuff on a different character that already completed the quest line. I do want Warden's Fortress, but it's too big. I'd rather just farm them when the time comes. For the Cold Thane, if I'm even gonna be playing the Cold Thane as my Thane build. I might go for Physical Thane instead with the Jarldin set. Yeah, this reminds me, I have this, which... Oh yeah, I have to go to Plains of Strife to complete the secret quest. Let's do that real quick, while I remember. That's not gonna be a long excursion. Just a quick dip in. I'm assuming the rift doesn't move between sessions. Also, why do these guys have the reflect marker on them? They're not reflect heroes, that's just a normal dominator. Do you actually reflect? Because I don't know that you do. It might be a bug. I went too far. Where was the rift? Oh, that's too far. Shit, well... First I say, hey, at least the rift doesn't move, but then I realize I don't even know where it spawned last time. Just judging from this opening, maybe it's here on the western side? It's not. Come on, where are you? Not really many options left, are there? Oh, it's an area I didn't explore before. So that answers the question. It can move around. The house that I'm looking for is this one. One thing I don't know is where the exit is, because that will move around as well. I could go through Bane Galgalor, I suppose, but that seems like a bit of a detour. I'm starting to think that I'm not a fan of the fact that Wereraven will now cast Ice Talents when you mouse over an object that is breakable. Because then when I'm running around trying to dodge something and my character suddenly stops to break a pile of skulls, I could die because of that. I'd rather the character actually keeps running and tries to kick the thing that I'm trying to break. Fortunately, cannot drift out of here, so I need to find the exit. Which might be easier said than... Ah, there it is. All you need to do is complain. Always fixes everything. And while I'm here, might as well open the path so I don't have to carry these lore nodes with me. And with that, every secret quest is now open. So I opened the one in Ashes. I broke all 6 boxes or crates in Forgotten Gods, and I did the thing here now. What is this damage? Storm Charged, Rime-Blessed Spear of the Sage. Well, I'm definitely keeping that. Well, that's a double rare Tempest Spear. Those will be hard to come by. Without rerolling into rares, I mean. Cold Two-Handed Shadow Strike with +2 target maximum and Star Pact. Yeah. Once again, a cold Spellbreaker item. There is just so many various versions that promote Cold Spellbreaker, and I'm kind of blanking on anything else. Like, is there anything for, I don't know, Tri-Elemental? There's definitely no Pierce Spellbreaker, because Arcanist doesn't support Pierce. What else does... Acid is gonna be the same thing. Is Cold the only overlap? I guess Cold or Tri-Elemental would be a thing. Oh, hang on. No. Isn't there Mage Slayer? But no, Mage Slayer would be a terrible Spellbreaker. If you're not taking Mage Slayer for Inquisitor, then why are you taking it? Okay, restore the Ritual Circle. I'm not gonna go there, but now we have it unlocked for future and emptied our inventory up. Okay, so Port Valbury from Homestead. Rodgut Gloves. What do those do, Frederick? Oh, by the way, I'm very happy that you're so chatty, Frederick. Feels nice to have somebody to talk to. Lately, the streams have been... chat has been a little quiet. I've had some streams where the chat has been very active and a lot of stuff has been happening, but last few days have been a bit on the slow side. People were watching, just watching, not having a chat. Nemesis. Again, I only see the message. No audio cue. I've also noticed that the game sometimes tends to have issues with switching audio. That looks like Alexander. Yeah, he's too fast. Like when I was doing the farming run on the Discolor Conjurer, I finished the Ancient Grove and started Port Valbury. And throughout the entirety of Port Valbury, I was still getting the Ugrenborg music. And it didn't stop until the Dread spawned. That didn't used to happen before. I did get a Soul Fragments. Yeah, so Nemesis seem to be a decent source of it. Not guaranteed, the Dread is definitely better, but what you need to do to spawn the Dread is a bit of an issue. Oh yeah, Vitality stun jacks, that's right. That's gonna be so bizarre to put together. And Vitality damage on Phantasmal Blades. Hey, that could be pretty solid if it doesn't have any conflicting conversion. Not that Demon Slayer needed the help. But hey, decent Demon Slayer gloves. That slot was kind of weak on that setup. Right, because Demon Slayer is what? Helmets, dagger, body armor, and amulet. Yeah, you have a free glove slot. I'm also very happy with the amount of support that Chaos Phantasmal Blades got. Because I have a build around that and it was very memey. That was basically a result of me wanting to make basically a Bloodsworn cultist in the base game. Like before Ashes of Malmuth, before like skill conversions, stuff like that existed. At least like item skill modifiers didn't exist back then. And so like the concept was, okay, so I want to use like Doombolt or a Sigil of Consumption or both. I didn't know better back then. But you do not have a spammable chaos spell because, well, Eye of Dreeg is acid and there's nothing else. There was the Oblivion Relic, but the Oblivion Relic used to have 3-second cooldown on its granted skill. Now it's spammable. So like you had the cooldown side of the build covered, but you had no filler. And then I thought, well, Doombolt and Sigil of Consumption both deal Vitality and Chaos damage. And if you take the spammable version of Phantasmal Blades, back then they had Vitality conversion on them for Pierce. So you would have the Pierce converted to Vitality, then you would have some Cold left over, and then you have base Vitality damage and base Chaos damage. Hey, that could be a spammable spell for a Bloodsworn caster. And yeah, in the end I ended up putting it together with Black Scourge sets just to support the Chaos side of the Sigil of Consumption, and then I was ended up using eventually when they added the conversions a Chaos Conduit for Phantasmal Blades as the filler. Now you can actually make a proper Chaos Phantasmal Blades build without resorting to Black Scourge of all things for Chaos Phantasmal Blades. So that should be interesting. But I haven't checked what combinations of masteries it supports. I'm sure there's gonna be something for Occultist. So I'm probably gonna re-level that Witchblade eventually as full Chaos DB. There's Valdaran. Don't be shy, why are you suddenly not teleporting anywhere? There we go. Again, why are you taking so long to die? I mean, I did boost up all of your health by a lot, but still, that's seemed a bit too slow for an enemy that's not supposed to have basically any chaos res. Total health modified regen, I mean that wouldn't do it. I'm gonna get a proper gauge of how strong or weak this character actually is once I start doing Shattered Realm, because that's something that I'm super familiar with. That was usually my end game. Actually, no, that was always my end game. I didn't used to play Crucible, really. So once I get to like, 32, 36, I'll get a better feel for, is this fast, is this slow, is it squishy, what's going on here? Right now I'm just, playing fully juiced Ascendant is not something that I'm used to yet, because I've only had like 3 or 4 weeks to do it. And majority of that was spent leveling, not playing endgame. These guys are dying just fine. Ow, well this guy definitely learned how to use Mirror Fairy of Peace. That hurts. Stop hitting yourself. Shouldn't there be possible one-shot chest here? Yes, there is. Venom Spine Greaves. Codex of Reckoning. You weird item. Physical caster of hand. How I love it. Give me more weird shit to experiment with. It's kind of a shame that my first character was so surprisingly successful, because now everybody's gonna feel like a letdown. Even if it's just a good build that's fun and uses weird conversions and stuff like that. Yeah, I will make a physical caster, but it's not really gonna be doing the same stuff I was doing at the start of the expansion. Oh yeah, those mushroom circles. Well, I don't even have the potion on me that I would need to use. Didn't I come across that mushroom circle when I was coming here for the chieftain item from Fangs? Maybe not. I don't remember the exact location. If it's somewhere down here, then yeah, I wouldn't have seen it before. I was up here for that chieftain item. Okay, so we didn't get the dread. Maybe we can get it still here. If not, I'm gonna turn it off because I want to finish this dungeon. And the animations are barely even playing because of how fast I'm casting. This is so silly. Stonefather is craftable, so I don't have to save that. Okay, I'm gonna go turn off the dread again. I wanted to save the spear, because that's gonna be hard to come by. Not that I have currently any plans for it, but double rare is not something I'm gonna pass up. Which one was it? This one. Where do I even fit you? Holy hell. You're certainly not a relic or a conduit, so I should be putting you here. I guess here. Man, this is... Ugh. Yes, I do have summoner builds. The one that I'm playing off stream, it's a build that I made like years ago. I'm just like picking it up because it's an easy and safe farmer where I don't actually have to do much and pay much attention. So I don't basically stress out my fingers and hands before I even stream. I have a Beast Collar Conjurer, a physical Beast Collar specifically. It used to be Tri-Elemental with Bismill's Mind Weaver, but then they changed Beast Color to be more physical focused. Wait, did I turn off the dread or not? I'm not paying attention. Yeah, they changed Beast Color. I did, okay. They changed Beast Color to be a little bit more physical focused in terms of the percent bonuses that it's applying to the pets, so I decided to do full physical. Because I'm a huge fan of like covering all sorts of damage types and varieties, and there's not really many incentives or opportunities to do actual physical pets. Beast Color seems to be like the go-to, so I wanted to cover that so that I can do weird shit on in other places. Not that Tri-Elemental Beast Color doesn't make sense, because both masteries have resistance reduction for all 3 elements. I'm gonna try to hunt all of the bosses in here, which means not only getting Jaren up there, but more importantly finding Locksmere, who is now classified as a boss, not a hero. Because that means he has also a better chance to drop Soul Fragments. And these crystals die fast, at least. And Soul Fragment and Soul Echo, yeah, I am very happy with these Nemesis spawns. Another Warden's Fortress. You are really teasing me. But no, I do not have the space. I wish I did. There is one thing I could do, potentially. That is, I could just create all the characters that I plan to play and put all of the items that will be relevant to them in their inventory and stash to free up the room that I have. Though then again, I'm not even entirely decided yet which masteries or how I'm gonna cover the various mastery combos for Berserker yet, because I have currently at least 2, usually 3 possibilities for each mastery combination, and I need to commit. Alexander is a pushover with the dodge button if he's alone. If he's not, sometimes you just don't see the meteor coming, or you can get like combo of entrapment from something else, and suddenly they are holding you in the meteor, and that can be nasty. But yeah, he's definitely lost some of his edge. But I mean, so has everyone. The dodge button, the game wasn't really designed for the dodge button, so some enemies just don't suddenly feel as threatening. I mean, even the dread on this character, when I was fighting it last session, it really struggles to keep up with me, because I'm just able to play keep away, and it doesn't really have the skills it needs to close the distance. It's also really bad against pet builds because it's so big it tends to get stuck trying to bypass the pets to get to you. It just keeps running in place, trying to path around. Yeah. I mean, quirks of an old engine. I am really looking forward to what they can cook up with Grim Dawn 2 when the ever-present excuse of, well, it's an old engine will stop being relevant because engine limitations will no longer be a thing. It's still a great game, obviously, but yeah, it just has some quirks that can't really be addressed easily, such as the pathing. It's still amazing what they managed to cook up with an engine from 2006, actually even earlier. See, now this one I almost didn't see. Ooh. Do you have cooldown? You don't have cooldown reduction. That felt like he's casting it way more often. One neat thing that can kind of screw you over when you're fighting Alexander is if you have fumble, you can actually kill yourself. Or like not fumble, but impaired aim. Because he applies, you apply impaired aim, he throws the meteor, you see the telegraph, you dodge, but because of impaired aim, instead of where you were standing, the meteor was going to miss and land somewhere else, and now you dodged into it and you die. That has happened to me a number of times. Ooh, that hurt surprisingly. Come on, let me walk. I see. Oh, that's one of those fake shopkeepers. Or maybe it's the real one. He can move around a lot. It's the misspelled. I think, no, the real one probably doesn't move around anymore, but the intern that you want for Shadowheart, that one can be anywhere. Okay, no chest here this time. Why did I dodge in there? Getting too ahead of myself. Like, oh, he's already dead, I can move on. No, he's not even close to dead. Stop rushing. Also doesn't help that my mobility skills are basically on a different button on each build, and since I'm sometimes switching to the Beast Scholar for farming, I then end up having to relearn what to press every time. So usually like the first hour of me playing a character is me fumbling with the buttons again. Then I get used to it, and by the time I get used to it, I'm switching to something else. And the process continues forever. But hey, at least I'm constantly learning something new. That's an optimistic way to look at it. Ow! This is the reflect one, I need to kill that. I think I just barely got it in time before the reflect kicked in. Even though they nerfed the reflect damage by like 15% or even more possibly on Ascendant, it still hurts like hell. And I have 0 reflect resistance. Yeah, these Dominators shouldn't have that icon, right? I haven't checked their skills, but I don't think they just have native reflect on them somewhere. A Nemesis again. It's Wereraven this time. Why did I do that again? Ah, for a moment I got excited that I got Celestial Essence. No, it was a Lotus. Double rare, Ugrenbo Girdle of Corrupted Peaks. Soldier Bone Chilling Cry. Ah. I think I actually want that on 2 of my builds. The Bone Chilling Cry or the Corrupted Peaks suffix on this exact belt. Although maybe no, I think I want a Berserker belt instead. But still, that's a good one. Also did I... Just checking for a medal for the next build if I find it. And somehow, for that next build, I'm even more nervous than I was for this one. That's saying something. So, might be hiding from... I wouldn't call this a disaster yet. We did kill Mogdrogan, even though it wasn't comfy. I guess I should call him Uber Mogdrogan to distinguish them. But I can't really put down a verdict on this one yet. I guess I will have to see it in Shattered Realm and in Crucible. So I wouldn't call this a complete disaster, but yeah, the next one might be. Just trying to do it. So far I've been working with the damage types that Berserker supports. The next one is gonna be Aether. And that might be bad. And also on 2 masteries that have no % damage for it either. Well, I wouldn't say that, Frederick. I mean, depends on what section of the player base you're looking at, right? If, like, I shouldn't be just posting, hey, here's your average mid build, because, you know, I'm making content out of it, and that sort of content should be worth people's attention, right? It shouldn't just be, hey, this is kind of bad. Here it is. Thank you for watching for 20 minutes, or if you're watching the streams, thank you for watching for X hours. Here's a bad build that came out of it, right? I should be maintaining at least some decent standard of quality for what comes out of these. I don't mind like making just a post-mortem of a build, like, hey, this is what I tried, this is how it turned out, and it wasn't great for these and these reasons, and this is what it would need. But ideally, I would like to come up with something solid. I mean, if I minded posting middling builds, then I wouldn't have posted all of the previous ones that I made pre 9.8, or actually in 9.8 I posted all of my builds that I have, bad or not. I have a build collection on the forums, but they're all basically outdated now because I stopped playing for waiting for the release of Fangs, so since 9.8 I barely touched them. I looked at them at 1.2 when they introduced Sunder and Dodge and all of that. So like they received some updates, but since Fangs they basically, I believe 60% of them require a rebuild or a major overhaul. So it's not really relevant anymore. And current plan is when they release all of the content, like the 2 challenge dungeons, I'm sure they're gonna keep releasing more afterwards. Even with the challenge dungeons down, I'm sure they're gonna be adding more items, but I am planning on going through all of my builds and streaming, like either re-leveling them from scratch if they require major changes, or just completely redesign, or I will at least like look at what the build is now, what changes it needs, make the changes, see how it works on endgame, and like make like a stream per build maybe, or maybe even fit multiple builds into a stream if the updating goes quickly. Okay, so we didn't meet Valdaran, not Valdaran, Locksmere here. He can have so many spawns. I think it's like 15 possible locations. All over this place, some in Hightown, some in the previous section. And I do need to be aware of him, because I need to nuke him instantly, or he will kill me. At least that has been my experience with the Ice King. If I let him Shadow Strike, he killed me in one hit. There he is. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. You are not dying at all. Holy shit. How tanky are you? That was his Shadow Strike. I also don't know what his Nullify looks like now. That was his Nullify again. Holy shit. He is dangerous. Oh, I delayed your attack. Right, because I slow you down. And I guess you're not slow immune. He telegraphed his Sunder, so I dodged, and then the Sunder only fired after I dodged into the place where I dodged into. He was so stacked up. Ascended Epaulets of Thunder, Mage Storm of Protection. Did he have a lot of Chaos Res? 26 here. No, not really. He was just that tanky. Man, Locksmere is a menace now. I mean, he was a menace before, but he had so many new skills. I have no idea what his telegraph for the for the Dispel is. It just hit me every time because I was in melee. And he took so much longer to kill than on the Werewolf. I mean, granted, on the Werewolf I didn't go here with a juiced Ascension Altar. So I'm increasing enemy health by a crap ton. And their damage. Actually, you know what? Let's give it a check. What are the monster health pools looking like? Okay, your average guy has half a mil. Champions have half a mil health. Okay, interesting. I would be talking out of my ass if I just fired off a number. But I think it seems like it's like 5 times what they normally would have. Maybe even more. Granted, that's adding up both Ascended mode and then the altar. It's not just the altar doing everything. Oh, Nemesis again, didn't hear it. You die so much faster than Locksmere did. Like, it's not even comparable. And you're supposed to be the Nemesis. He's supposed to be the underling. What the hell? I'm gonna have to read through his skills and setup. He must have some either insane health pool or some damage reductions or absorptions or something. That was unreal how tanky he was. Supposed to be a mage, not a juggernaut. Geraldine. Oh, wait, I need to think. Does Geraldine need a blueprint or is it find only? Let me actually check before I forget and then sell it. Jarldin. Jarldin has a helmet blueprint. I'm not sure I actually have it though. Well, doesn't matter, I still have a next character to find it. You're gonna have to explain that to me, Frederick. I'm not familiar. I think that's an anime term, right? I'm not an anime fan, so I don't know exactly what that means. But yeah, he is the Dark Souls of Grim Dawn. Definitely. These Nemesis spawns in here have been very productive, I must say. That was a... Well, has it been 3 Alexanders so far and 2 Alderans or something like this? We got way more than we did in the Bastion of Chaos. Ah, I see. Thank you. And in Steps of Torment we only got 2 Nemesis spawns and they were both Rados, so this has been very nice for our fragment farming. Actually, I haven't sent my stuff home yet, right? So I can check how much I've gotten. Oh yeah, I have the curse on me. Where are you? Oh, only 1 fragment? I must have sent it then. I don't think I only got that. And Soul Echo 6. Ah. Okay, it depends on if I actually did send it off or no. Oh, sure, you have Reflect on you, and then you're gonna put on Mirror, won't you? I guess not. Another Nemesis. Again, no announcement sounds, and I almost didn't see the meteor coming. Holy shit, that almost hit me. Okay, another Soul Fragment. Very generous of you. Bone Rays, Stormbearers. Sure, let's just... Oh, that almost killed me. Fucking ground. Okay, I'm full. So now only pick up double rares or something that I'm specifically looking for another character. Don't remember seeing Gustris just climb out of the ground like that. Aren't heroes usually already spawned on the map and not just like pop in like this? Maybe my brain is failing to function anymore. It is very late. No demons, I guess. Ah, there is a blastable chest. Not the upgraded one, but that's not surprising. I didn't boost their occurrence rate. Ethereal Mutagen. We are spending those for Awakening. these multi enemy fights, these I'm good at with this character, because the more enemies I'm hitting, the more I'm reducing my cooldowns for Bone Harvest and Cold Snap. So my damage skyrockets not only because I'm hitting multiple enemies, but because I'm hitting them more often with my powerful stuff. It seems kind of unfair having the amount of enemies and also your cast speed basically function as cooldown reduction. It doesn't sound legal. And somehow it is. Okay, so we got a Soul Fragment, Soul Echo from that. No point talking to Katrine because we've already gone to the places where we would have met her anyway. Coming up. So that would be a dead-end dialogue. Oh yeah, I forgot, I'm full. Now I'm gonna send stuff off so I have space for these. Some of them at least. Okay, that's enough. So that's all of the base game dungeons done. First try. So all we're left with is the Ancient Grove and Tomb of the Heretic. That one's probably gonna be the worst one of those, because Morgoneth is a pain. What is this? Aetherwarped Totem. Ah, sure, well, since stuff is still juiced up with the altar, maybe I can get some more Soul Echoes. And then, from this point, I think I'm still feeling kinda fresh enough. Well, fresh is not the right term, but competent and coherent enough that I think I will retry the Ubermog just to see if it feels much different now that I have actually fixed the assignment of the devotion skill. It should definitely shorten the fight, because just the 10% total speed, I'm not actually benefiting from it entirely because I'm hitting my cap, but also just the percent damage. Fearless Eye of Baranath, I haven't seen you in a while. Okay, so I guess to Kernhold, because that's where we're gonna be respawning. I will have to quit out because this is Ascended, and the Ascension Altar does affect super bosses without giving you any extra rewards, so there's no point doing it like that. So, ship everything over. Oh, I already read that one. I had to. This goes into papers. I did get a double rare, right? Now I can't remember what it was. Oh, it was the belt. The Ugdenbog. Also, I got another illustrious sigil. So I'm gonna put this here. I think I noticed that. Okay, where's the belt? The lore note. Oh, I also want this. No, that's a Stormplume crest. Wait, where did I put the prismatic? There it is. Yeah, I wanted that with the leveling stuff because that's gonna be for the next character. I also want it as a visual reference for what I'm looking for in my inventory. I got another one. Ah, there's the belt. I also wanted to check if I have the blueprint for Jarldin or no. That's not the place.
Something interesting.
Greetings, traveler.
Jarl. I do not have Jarldin blueprint yet. Okay. So that's might influence my decision of what Thane build I'm gonna be playing. I was originally thinking that Thane might be either next or the one after. But now that I've decided for the Runekeeper, it will be the one after, but I also came up with a very interesting primalist. I think I might end up using that first. Before the Thane, I mean. Runekeeper is definitely next. Oh, and I also wanted these. That's for the next character. Excellent. I didn't even notice they dropped. Wait, oh, this is the basic bitch one, not the legendary. Does it ever show double rare? Probably not, right? Probably not even searchable. So this is the wrong one, I can sell that. It says Tom Sigil, doesn't matter. Okay, so I'm gonna keep the Yarldin medal just because it's not a craftable part, so there's no point spending resources rerolling if I don't have to. This goes for the leveling on the next character. And I also have these pants which are also for the next... No, not the leg wraps. The... Come on, Reaper. Yeah, these ones are also for the next character. Okay, so I have... No, just the chosses, not the leg wraps. So only 2. Okay, I will want more of those. Well, this character can farm it for her. Or him. Okay, so that's that. I'm going to then quit out and give a few nice tries to the Ubermog again, just to see. We know we can do it. I just want to see if it's better significantly now that I corrected the oversight there. But yeah, I'm very happy that I tried this before I did the challenge dungeons, so that now I know I want to be using the offhand really, and not dual wield. Which also reminds me, I can respec 1 skill point. Because I had a point assigned in Frenzied Cry, and now I don't need it anymore. Because I don't dual wield. Now, where is this skill point gonna go? Is the question. So everything here is maxed. I cannot put in any more on the Wereraven, even though I'd like to. So either 2% here, survivability, 4-second recharge, 5-second duration, or it's also 2%, but I have active control over when it procs. It has less than 50% uptime though. This has 50% uptime. Actually more than 50% uptime. So I should probably put it here if I want to go that route, or what other options do I have? Nothing here. This doesn't do anything for us. I mean, the slow isn't gonna affect anybody that we care about. I could put it here for just a smidge of extra offensive ability, but that's probably less relevant than the survivability, right? Yeah, I think this is the best option. For when shit really hits the fan, having 2% extra absorb is definitely nice. Right, so Moggy the doggy, up to Aurora Pinnacle. And just finish off with something nice and relaxing. A super boss, why not? That's gonna help me sleep after this, right? Oh, the dread is still turned off, right? It carries over. I wouldn't want to spawn the dread mid-fight. Right, so we are not going to be running all the way up here, so we can open it here without interfering with our pathing. Apply our armor, kill the intruders. Are there any more, just in case? No, alright. Oh, Frozen Aster. Full motivation. Wait. What horrible future awaits us? Did I ask this last time? The fate of all worlds was written in the stars eons ago. He who dwells below creation stirs, soon his prison will no longer contain the millennia of agony he has suffered on behalf of the living. When Chthon breaks free, the sun will set upon mankind. How do we stop this? Does an ant think to stop an avalanche? Do not fill your mind with delusions of grandeur. You would allow this to happen. It's not for you to presume what I will or will not do, mortal. Oh yeah. This is a dialogue we already did. The last character. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, I should be drinking the Galeotis, so I'm not getting crowd controlled by him, or anybody else for that matter. I say as I'm getting crowd controlled. I applied my Mark of Torment, and I think I applied it to the... No, never mind. I thought I applied it to one of the summons accidentally. Not even near the enrage yet. Yeah, the damage is definitely worse than on the werewolf. But we do have at least the flexibility of not having to face tank if we can't. Okay, stop it, please. I said stop it, Jesus, what is the damage? Wow! What is that? Okay, I have nothing to lifesteal from. Let's make use of our range while we can. DPS, DPS. Oh, he's stunning me again. Despite all my precautions. Okay, he's marked. I should be able to kill him before it falls off. Or maybe not. Come on. Okay. It's not super comfortable. And it's not super fast, but... You know, I imagined it to be worse. It was first try. So yeah, this setup with the Pin's Resolve is the way to go. I don't think the Codex of Lies would be... I mean, I just can't replace the physical resistance in any other way, right? 8% Phys Res with 100% uptime is just so much. Yeah, exactly. It gets the job done. It doesn't have to be perfect. The fact that it can even do it is more than I expected originally. So yeah, I think I'm happy with this. We'll see how it performs in the... Like, this, I think, is supposed to be its weak point. Though granted, actually the Mogdrogan fight isn't supposed to be that bad. Because there are the ads, so I can hit a lot of stuff with my Ice Talents, which means I'll be getting cooldown refunds on Cold Snap and on Bone Harvest, so like my single target damage actually jumps up thanks to the AoE that I'm able to do here. The Kalagadra fight is gonna be considerably worse. And, well, we won't know what the Ravager fight would look like, because we can't fight him. But this means, like, okay, if this is as bad as it gets, the boss fighting here, and I think it should be pretty decent in Crucible. I'm not sure about Shattered Realm because of the boss rooms, but in Crucible you usually just have so much shit to fight, and I think this character should have the AoE to handle that. So the question is, how fast is it gonna be? How good is its survivability? That is gonna be, in the end, the main thing that can let it down. But with big AoE comes a lot of lifesteal, right? Because we're hitting multiple enemies to steal from. So maybe it will be good enough, we'll see. Either way, this is gonna be it for today. For Monday, I'm planning on finishing some of the lingering secret bosses, which would be Lokhor, which we haven't done, Bourbon Clones. Actually, I'm saying lingering secret bosses. I haven't done any of the secret bosses. So I'm gonna try all 4. I'm not necessarily expecting to be able to kill the beaver, let alone Uber Beaver, that's just not happening. Crate should be fine, Lokhor and clones are barely worth mentioning. And then all that's left for us is, well, Kalagadra, if I feel like it. We fought all the other super bosses that we can. And then it's gonna be Crucible, Shattered Realm, and depending on how well that goes, or how much of it I manage to get done, this character might float over to the Tuesday stream. And in that case, either I will do a shorter session on Tuesday, because I don't want to be starting a new character midway through a stream. I want to be able to separate it on a playlist. So either I will do a little shorter stream on Tuesday, or I might decide to just basically turn it into a farming session on Tuesday for that character, because I do need to refund some of those soul fragments and other materials that I've spent. So maybe I will do a normal length stream, but I will just be doing like repeatedly end game or running challenge dungeons with the Ascended Altar. I'll decide. Maybe we can just get everything done on Monday and I won't have to worry about it. By the way, thank you guys very much for hanging out with me and for watching. I hope you have a great weekend. I hope you get great loot drops. And until I see you again, bye-bye.